exactly that. I'm also looking for a video where even without the glare, you can see the change so that we're all on the same page and there's no room for error.
Okay.
Just a quick note. Just make sure you guys are in the live stream voice decks. I'll tag you all so that you're in the correct channel, just in case people are posting anything that they want to look into. This goes to XG, Prestige, and the last dude that was talking.
Where is that video? Jesus.
Are you talking about the quotes that tell us?
No, I'm just looking for this random video that I stumbled across one day where, well, it was a guy talking about Wolfie,
Okay.
and Wolfie was saying that the sun doesn't change, and then he provided footage, and someone reviewed the footage, and lo and behold, it did change.
Shows it changing. Shocker.
Of course.
Like the one with the stripes on the boat. Oopsie, horizon's further back, higher up. Bad news.
Oh, I found it. 7 minutes long, so
Oh yeah.
I don't know, but I'm gonna go ahead and post it so that you have it at least. Oh shit, I've gone so beyond my location that I was supposed to go.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, I shouldn't be so flippant. This is the big money order. I should hurry up. So yeah, it'll be in the chat in about 5 seconds.
No worry, man. Take your time. Be careful out there. You're going fast. I know that for a fact.
Wait, so do we have... Sorry, do we have someone in here that thinks that they live in a heliocentric model? I thought, right? Because it's just super funny that, like, we just don't at all, and it's really stupid to ever think that you would or could in any way.
Mm-hmm.
There's literally no evidence at all for it, but it's even worse than that. There's incredibly large amounts of damning evidence against it.
Well, I really
Now look at this screenshot.
Go ahead, man.
Sorry, just to progress the conversation from where we were. Now, the screenshot that I'm posting right now, that's about to upload right now. This is a still from the video where the guy is trying to prove that the size doesn't change. Now, just for the sake of argument and for now, say you believe me and say that what you're looking at is a difference in size. I realize you're going to have to go away and do your own investigation, but let's just say I'm telling the truth about what's being portrayed in this video. What is your response?
Come again?
What is your response to the observation which is opposite of what you believe to be happening? AKA taking at face value the argument and the screenshots that I've posted right now, showing you that the sun does change in apparent size. What is your response?
Like, you blame satellites, then how couldn't it be the camera?
He's talking about the sun. Did you not hear the part? He's talking about
I know.
the sun, and you bring up satellites again?
Yeah.
No, your arguments against satellites not being
No, I don't have. There's no argument. There's no argument. You have a belief that the sun is exactly the cosmology they've given you. Okay, that's you. We're saying, maybe it gets dark because the intensity of the light can't reach us due to light attenuation, which is an actual thing.
Also known as maybe the sun just gets further away.
Which is true whether you're on a ball or whether it's moving overhead. Technically, it would get further away from you either way. But that being said, the only thing is, you said, well, if it was going away, then I would think that it would get smaller. So I'm showing you that it does get smaller. So what do you have to say to that?
That it gets smaller, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So then you should
What is your
re-examine
point?
wherever you got the idea that it doesn't
Good.
from, right? And maybe you can't trust that source of information if it's just a Google Flat Earth hit piece or Simon Dan on YouTube, huh?
I have no idea who Dan Tipman or whoever that is, but sure.
Whenever you do research, if you just look for why we know the Earth isn't flat videos and articles, then you'll never get to the actual truth that way.
Just a genuine question. How do you explain the moon and any other planets, to be fair?
We don't have anything to explain. You were told, you were given explanations for the things that you see in the sky,
No, the moon.
right? And you weren't given any,
no,
and you
it's
weren't.
not.
Listen to what I'm saying, because I don't believe it's a language barrier when you're talking through me, and you understand that you're making an objection to what I'm saying, which means you understand what I'm saying.
It's
So
something you
what
said earlier.
I'm telling you, so what I'm telling you is, you've been given a story about what's going on in the sky. We don't have those kinds of stories for you.
But is it a story if it's
So
documented?
you asking what the moon is, what the moon does, what the sun is, what the sun does, what the sky is, what the sky does, what the sky is made of. How is that going to get you closer to whether or not the Earth's a ball or not?
No, I'm just putting questions up to your belief. I'm
Why
not
do you
defending
Yeah,
my own. You can believe whatever you want. I'm just asking to your belief.
Why do you keep
Are you
saying
Christian?
I'm asking. Well, hold on real quick. I don't care about any of that. I'm asking you questions too, because I'm responding to you directly. The only reason I started talking about the sun is because you asked. Every time I ask you a question, you seem not okay with answer. You seem to be
I can
uncomfortable
answer,
with
but
answering.
I just don't have the facts. I haven't really
Yeah,
researched any shit.
no, I understand that. So with that, this is my question to you, and I probably have a follow up depending on what you say. Why are you here, and what do you want from us? And then I'll tell you if we're capable of giving you what you want, so that we can make this a lot quicker transaction.
I'm just wondering how you wouldn't call it a model earlier, or whoever the model was, but how the Earth can be flat.
Well,
it doesn't curve?
you know where I started. I started with whether or not the Earth was a globe. Do you understand how it's a globe? Because obviously that's where this all begins.
Yeah, why do you think it's a globe?
Because I don't fucking improve on the internet.
What?
Coming. Thank you.
Arguments from videos on the internet. Yeah.
Okay, well, we were all just told the Earth's a ball, right? We weren't shown arguments against
Good lady.
flat Earth or anything like that. We were all just told the Earth's a ball. Everyone thinks the Earth's a ball. Everyone in here thought the Earth was a ball. There's no shame in it, bro. It's okay, right? It's like we're just talking about the first step is to actually examine your belief that it's a ball.
Could I
Yeah, so
build on sort of what
the reason
prestigious?
hold on. The reason that Witsit and I are talking about this is because you're asking us about a flat Earth, and we're trying to tell you, well, you have a lot of uh, biases, and the I guess the term flat Earth comes with certain connotations in your mind. and ideas that we don't hold. So we don't want to waste time trying to tell you that we can't answer the questions that you have because I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but I mean, you're trying to get us to answer for a model that we didn't come up with, that we don't subscribe to. So when you say, well, how does it work in this model or how does it work in this way? Well, we never proposed to have answers for that. We're here because we're all finding out that it's not a globe. And the only way that we've all found out that it's not a globe is by investigating the geometric claims, like specifically, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of
So
3,959 miles. So
what you're coming out
all
as
we
is
had to do was verify. So all we had to do was verify and validate that that was the truth. Since that wasn't the truth, this is where we are. So unless you can validate or verify the thing that you've been told your whole life, the thing that you know to be true, quote unquote, until you validate that that's actually the case, we can't really help you.
so you're saying basically that I have to validate or disprove the model I'm currently believing in, but you can't validate your own model.
No, we didn't make a claim.
No, see, that's what he's saying is the scrutiny.
wait, no,
Can one person
wait.
speak at a
Time
time?
out. Time out. What's the diameter of the globe?
I don't know.
Exactly.
You told me
Exactly.
because you don't know.
You wouldn't know how to verify a measurement because you don't even know the dimensions of the globe. So you have no idea what we're talking about.
But here's what
Pretty
I'm going to say.
much.
Well, the summary is that you have
All right.
to.
I'm gonna give it over.
Watch
I'm gonna
what I'm
give
going
it
to help.
over.
I'm going to say this. I want to see if this lands here. Like, it's really simple, bro. You have to give the same scrutiny, meaning you have to examine it, look at it the same way, right? You're coming at the flat Earth, and you're like, if the flat Earth was true, this wouldn't work. You've yet to do that with what you currently
But
think is true.
but that's
which that is
exactly
the
what you're
globe.
doing. That's exactly what you're doing to the globe. You're just
That's
coming
my
with a bunch
point.
of
Wait, time out.
arguments.
That's our point, bro. The first step for both sides is to do that with the globe first, because that's the model that was actually claimed and taught to everyone that's alive when they were little children.
Okay, but why come you don't do it for the flat Earth now that you believe in the flat Earth?
The only way anything works is on a flat Earth.
What?
Literally, the only way that anything actually works is on a flat Earth.
That's not even an argument. That's just a claim.
No, but it's just the truth. Like the way you fly planes or shoot ballistic missiles or have any type of coordinate systems or have any type of quote unquote GPS tracking, everything, mapping, everything that we do. And in fact, everything that they try to bend into the globe doesn't work. So you can't even name, when I say literally everything, I mean literally everything. But we don't claim a model because we're not even allowed to see the whole Earth. And we don't live on a model. We live on the actual Earth. Why would we try to make up a story that we can't even possibly know because we're not allowed to see the whole Earth? We just know they claim to
Right?
have seen the whole Earth in a vacuum where everyone would die instantly and go insane because they have no
Who isn't
equilibrium.
allowing you?
I need you to listen, brother. I'm trying to help you. The biggest part of all of it is you have to apply the same scrutiny to your current belief. You have to see, why do you believe what you believe? Is it true? Can this model answer questions? And then you move on from there.
Yeah, you said that like 4 times already.
But do you understand it? So are you willing to do that? Have you done that yet?
I haven't done so. No.
One question.
What we're saying, does it make sense to you that is what you would do first?
Yeah, but then you would have to do the same for your model.
I agree.
I don't understand why.
We have to do the same thing. I agree, but we don't. right? But
Yeah, but
whatever
why?
claim that you make after that, you're right. You'd have to do the same thing with any claims, because with you, only way you know evidence is real is that you can verify it and it's empirical and true and provable, right? So that's all that's real. Anything
So,
outside of that is not real. It's just an idea.
so you want me to do something about my belief, and then you don't want to do it to you. Well, you're not doing it, but you want me to do it to mine.
No, we are telling you that you're in a cult of beliefs, and we have stepped out of unfounded beliefs and stuck with true, provable evidence.
Your arguments are based on another model doesn't work. How's that
You
an
don't
argument?
understand.
It's
There
simple,
isn't
Jump.
a model. No one has a flat Earth model. No one in here has said they have a model. That doesn't exist. You can't see the whole Earth, so you could never make a model. It's literally impossible to make a model because you cannot see the whole Earth.
So regarding the entirety of your whole perspective of not being able to produce a model and
Stop
such,
using red herring fallacies, please, so we can have just a logical conversation. Stick with facts that are provable, repeatable, falsifiable. That's what we're about here. Do you have any of those things for the globe?
Yeah, guys, we did touch on the model thing in the VC check-in, so try to keep that in mind as we move forward.
So regarding to the entirety of the model and perspective that you are unable to produce a model of the Earth, how do you know it is flat?
You just said model again.
I can answer. He said, if you don't have a model, how do we know it's flat? Because it's measurably and observably a level plane for as far as we can see. As a matter of fact, that's the globe's claim too. But on top of that claim, they say, yeah, sure, it's level, but in the broader scale, it's actually a sphere, but you're so close and so small that it appears level. So we're starting with what we already observe and what we already perceive. We're not talking about the entirety of the earth. We're talking about what we know about what we can test. Now, when you talk about doing celestial navigation, we can talk about thousands of miles that would have to be a level plane in order to come up with the angles and figure out your position and how far away from land you are. You could do that, but that would require a plane that's effectively thousands of miles flat.
So then how would you
So
explain taking off in an airplane from London per se and flying westbound?
if the Earth is flat, how would you explain it? How about that?
Can I finish what I was saying?
If the
Tell us
Earth
why it's
was flat,
impossible on the flat
if the
Earth
Earth was,
distinctly.
if the Earth was flat, if you accepted today that the Earth was flat, how would you explain? How would you answer your own question?
What?
If the Earth was flat, how would you answer the question that you're about to ask?
I wouldn't have an answer for that question itself because I don't have that perspective in mind. Because I'm asking and coming here today to find out that perspective from you guys.
There
What do
is
you
Fair
mean?
no
point.
flight that happens that's impossible on a flat Earth. For the plane to fly in the first place, it has to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. In fact, there are emergency landings with planes that debunk the globe and prove they're using a flat map when they fly. So go ahead.
If you got, let me finish my thing. I was going to say, if you took off in a plane from London to say went west, United States, that takes about 8-9 hours. But if you went east, why does it take longer?
Who knows?
Why does it
What
take
does that
longer
have
to
to?
go east? Why does it take longer to go east on the globe?
Why do you think it
Because
takes
of
long?
curvature
Because of the
and the
curvature. So there's more
distance.
curvature. Wait, time out. There's more curvature east than there is going west.
Well, there's more distance because London isn't exactly center on the globe. Well, the fucking Earth. If we're staying
Said if you
neutral.
make, you said if you go east, it's different than going west.
Yeah, the duration distance is different. It's larger.
Wow.
Whoa.
Everywhere is the center on a globe, man.
Yeah.
Let me just slide in real quick as the greasy globe lawyer and just remind the panel that these guys were fairly chill. So if we could just give them a fair shake. It feels like it's getting a little spicy in here, but just wanted to
I'm
remind
confused.
everyone that these guys were pretty cool.
Well,
So let's give them a fair
being
shake.
chill and being passive aggressive is two different things. If you ask me, I'm being cordial. Well for now. Like you don't have to cut through what I'm saying. I'm being cool. I'm being cordial. Everyone's cool here. There's a bit of contention because, well, I still don't understand why they're here. Like I've tried to give them our position. We don't have the model. Talking about flights, um, as if one way would be different than the other, when we only use one mapping, well, not one mapping system, but it comes from the same set of data, which is the sky. This is where our grid system is made from relative distances taken from the angles off of the Earth to the stars. So that being said, the maps that we use, all of them, they're all coming from the same set of data. I thought you were going to ask the question differently, but then you said, why is the flight time shorter or longer east than west? But the curvature is the same, so I kind of don't even get where to go with the end of that.
Well, in reference to the curvature, I'm not talking about the distance. The curvature is different. I'm talking about the distance eastbound is further than it is westbound, and the curvature allows.
No, it's not.
Then how do you explain a flight going westbound is shorter?
How is it more of a distance? I don't get that. That makes no sense. You're making the claim. How is there more of a distance going east than going west?
Because
Please
it
explain.
takes longer if you are at the same consistent speed.
No. That's affirming the consequence. That's a fallacy.
What?
That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Okay? So I'm asking you how you know that the distance is longer. It can't be because the flight takes longer. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. There has to be a better answer, or an answer that isn't a formal logical fallacy.
Well, I guess the only thing I could say in response is the fact that all airlines that fly planes from London to New York go westbound, not eastbound, purely for time consumption, fuel consumption.
Okay.
Because it's a shorter distance.
Are you talking about like a plane, instead of going west, I guess, trying to wrap around China and go over there, then to America, then to New York? It's just easier if they just go from London straight to New York.
Well,
eastward.
His flat claim is that the area that you have to travel is larger going one way than the other. I just want to know how he knows that.
Well, no, he's misunderstanding something he read on Google that's probably like what she just said. Like it's some like clearly inaccurate idea that they took a certain route that only works on the globe, which is easily debunked, but he doesn't fully understand that, so he's thinking that he just said the word curvature. I mean, it would have been smarter to say spin, I guess, but still that wouldn't work either. So you should fully understand the home run questions against the flat earth before you say them. For example, here are the wind patterns over top of a flat earth. So it's like you have to factor this in. We know we have air currents over top of the earth. So in the voice text right now that's it on a flat earth. Okay. So here it is, just the nonsense that is the globe, claiming to show you the patterns. What a cool story. So yeah, you can actually catch air currents and travel faster. Probably irrelevant to what you're saying, though. It's probably a misunderstanding of how the flight wasn't even the same.
I think more what I'm trying to say is there is 0 flight plans from London to New York that go eastbound. because who in their right mind would take the longer distance over a shorter distance?
I just don't understand how that has anything to do with what we were talking about, because that you're talking about, instead of going east towards China, wrapping around the world, quote unquote, and going then to America. Why not just go through the Atlantic Ocean? Because that's what all planes do. They just go through the Atlantic Ocean from London to New York because it's a shorter distance. I don't see how that's relevant to what we were talking about.
Because if it was
Literally.
flat and, as you guys said, a plane, which represents, no curvature, how is it possible that there is recorded flights of going eastbound but no longer used anymore due to the distance?
Why would that be different on a flat Earth?
Because how would you get to America, which is on the west side, from the east side?
How would you fly over the Atlantic Ocean to the East Coast?
No, how would you fly underneath the Earth, fly back to the other side of the Earth after going underneath the entirety of it, and then appear in the same place?
You're assuming.
I think he has an east and west problem, like where he think if you go west, you just fall off or something.
Yeah,
Just go right.
He's assuming something that could be like gone underneath.
So then how would you explain going so far west that you end up east?
How do I explain?
All right, you don't understand. Let's do this. Let's explain east and west on a flat Earth. Do you understand how east and west travel would work on a flat Earth?
Yeah?
How?
Oh, actually, no. If you said flat Earth, no, I
Okay.
wouldn't.
Cool. Let's just be honest, right? So if you have a compass in the middle of a circle and you go around it, right? If you have a magnet in the middle and then you go around it with the compass, it's going to
Yep.
always point north, right? So as you go around it, your east and west is going to update because the north is updating to the center. So if you go east using the magnets, you're going to come all the way back around to where you started because it's going to keep updating as you go. So east to west works perfectly on a flat Earth. That's why it works that way.
But how is the entirety of the Earth magnetized and north usable on a compass without a south pole?
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think that compasses on a globe use the South Pole?
No, I know
Okay, so
that
that doesn't make
compasses use a magnetic field generated by a south and north pole to, either show true north or north.
Okay, so for one, you are admitting that east to west would work. You just don't think there could be a magnet in the center of a flat Earth, right?
No, I'm saying for a compass to work, which is your argument and what you're using, you'd need a magnetic field. And
Yeah, that's why there's a magnet in the center of the Earth.
Okay, and that's the North Pole, right?
That's correct.
So do you know how a magnetic field works? It needs a positive and a negative.
Field work?
It needs a positive and a negative side to generate a magnetic field.
Okay, so what type of shape does a magnetic field take?
What?
Oh, the energy moves in a certain motion, right? It's a field of energy. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it goes out and then returns back to the south.
Oh, no, it's a toroid.
Well, yeah.
A toroid, right?
Like
if you had a donut.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so the center is where the magnetic source is, right? So you have a toroid coming out from that and then touching down on the outside. Everyone stays within that outside area and uses a compass that faces to the center. This is literally what everyone's done for the history of mankind. In fact, east to west works because you're on a flat Earth.
Yep.
Okay. You know, compasses don't work in the quote unquote near the quote unquote South Pole, right? They just start going crazy. We actually use magnetic declination, which varies.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that a good question might be, why don't we think it's a globe? Are you interested in that answer?
Yeah, sure. Give me that answer.
Well, I was kind of laying it up for somebody else.
Oh, okay. Well, the significance of it is that you understand that that's an important question to ask. right?
Yep.
Because yeah, so because it's crazy to say the Earth's flat, right, bro? I mean, everyone's gonna attack you. You can't even like when you're new to
I
the
haven't
idea.
attacked any of you guys once.
No, I'm not talking about you, man. I'm talking about your experience when you're trying to look at the subject, right? So what goes
Yeah.
through everyone's head. So you can't trick us because we went through it. So we know what's going through your head. It's okay. But you're like, dude, just the idea of saying that the Earth's flat to like people I know or my homies or anything, it just is insane. Like I can't imagine doing that. And then so you fight it, and we get it. So the question is important, right? Because like, what would ever make someone want to publicly state it and stand on it for years, despite that ostracism? Well, it's just what the truth is, right? So we just went and tested the globe. They told us we live on a globe. They lied to us about almost everything, bro. And I don't know where you are on the spectrum of realizing that, but almost everything they teach you is a lie. And so once you actually realize that the globe is a question that you need to ask the validity of, then you test it and you can just easily debunk the globe with physical measurements of the surface. It does not curve, and it has to curve in all directions away from you at all times, everywhere on the globe, at basically the exact same rates. And it doesn't do it anywhere. And you can go do it yourself, which is what I did. I just went out to large bodies of water and I could see way too far for the Earth to be a globe.
How would you explain being able to see the tip of a mountain and not the base of it if you're a certain distance away?
Wait. You're asking another question
Yeah,
about
because
explaining,
he
but
discussed the
right,
visibility.
but do you understand what he means about seeing too far? Because if you
Yeah,
accept that, like, what does he mean by that?
he means he's able to look out of the distance and see a long visibility.
Now, what's the problem with that if the Earth is a sphere? Do you know the technical answer? Yes or
Do
no?
you own a horizon?
Okay, so the horizon has to be geometrically somewhere to obstruct your view of things, correct?
Yeah.
So if he's saying that that's not the case, and the mathematical model is not predicting where that is in reality, what does that mean?
Sorry, what? Can you rephrase that question?
What does that mean if the
As in,
horizon isn't a geometric consequence of the shape and dimensions that they told us the Earth is?
well, I'm
What
not
would
too
that
sure.
mean? You're not too sure what that means?
No.
So why are you asking him to explain why
Right,
you
but
what? I
to be
don't
fair,
get it.
to be fair, like, if you're kind of new to it, you might would be like, well, there are times it looks like that, and he's asking why would that happen. I mean, I'm glad that you did that because he needs to realize the honest way to have the conversation is not to immediately see if you can get a gotcha on us. It's to take in the consequence, like the magnitude of what we're telling you, and you can test it yourself. He's asking you, what does that mean? Because what it means is it literally cannot be the globe they said that we live on. Like, it literally cannot be that geometrically. Like, it physically has to be that. In reality, it has to be that. It isn't that. Now, why do we only see the top of the mountain? Well, whenever things increase in distance that you're viewing them from, right, they start to shrink. Angular resolution, they get smaller, right? And you're looking through more and more and more air in what they call in the atmos. Okay. So yeah, you can't see forever. Now, how much is in that atmos, how thick it is, how clear or not clear it is outside determines how much you can see. Because if you go see the top of that mountain, you can come back in 2 months. It'll be a little colder and much clearer, and you'll be able to see almost the whole mountain. So we know it's not the Earth's curve blocking it because the Earth's not a ball breathing in and out, showing more and less of the mountain. It's just because of the atmos, because I don't like the word sphere. Do you get it? So the main problem, we go back to where we first started, which is why Eli jumped in, because that's how you adequately explain it in reality on the flat plane we know we live on. But the most important part is that what we observe literally cannot happen if what they told us the Earth is true. And this is why flat Earth is censored, admittedly so, because it's not actually a debate. It is something you can physically test and prove. You can falsify the globe. So what they have to do is censor us, lie about what flat Earth says, make up fake cartoon models, and then just flood you with all kinds of information about how stupid they are. That's their actual only thing that they can do, right? That's their only potential response at all. So we encourage you to test it. And when you do, you're going to have to just put the big boy pants on. Like if you used to think 9/11 was legit, or if you thought the moon landing was legit, whatever it is, if you thought the Federal Reserve actually cared about you, if you thought the CIA wasn't corrupt, whatever it was that you've had to figure out the government did lie about, it's the same thing. You just got to put your big boy pants on, look at the truth, and then you find out what the truth is the most that you can. So that's pretty much where we're at. That's why we get frustrated when they're like, "Oh man, what about this model?" And what are you talking? No, we're trying to figure it out too. They drew a circle around us and told us that we're not allowed to leave it. So we don't even know what the Earth is. Most of the world's population doesn't know there's a circle drawn around them, and it's openly admitted. So we're trying to wake everyone up, right? And so we can take our power back. There's my sermon.
Can I ask you about something you said? It's not really relevant to the topic, but you said 9/11 was fake, as in it never happened, or the government conspired.
Wait, say which one?
You said 9/11 was fake.
Oh yeah. The official story they said about 9/11 was that 7 terrorists with box cutters took over a plane, accomplished a piloting feat that couldn't be done by the most experienced pilots in the entire world. The same exact day, at the same exact time, the U.S. government was coincidentally running a drill in case someone tried to hijack planes. So the radar system ignored them, thinking it was part of the drill, coincidentally at the same exact day. And this is literally the day after they came out and said that we were mysteriously missing $2 trillion of taxpayers' money, and the evidence of that money was stored in the Pentagon in the very area the other plane supposedly hit. So, yeah, the government lied to you about 9/11, yes.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad lie, too. Like, it was pretty, I don't like the fact that I'm agreeing with you, but yes, very much so bad. But wait, we all know that terrorists, their IDs are made of special material, and it floats out of the plane and onto the ground so you can get it. And you can identify them, which is pretty cool of them to do.
Paper passports pop out of fire and float down so you can find the bad guy.
Or maybe they just have extensive logging of passengers who get on flights and have investigative skills.
The official story is that an FBI agent found a paper passport from a terrorist, and that's how they knew who it was. That's the official story.
So anyway, this is definitely way off topic. Do you know why, if the radius is wrong, the rest of the mathematical derivations of that number have to be false? And do you know what else is? Can you explain to him what the implications of the radius being wrong are?
Yeah, literally every single part of the model is wrong, because that's how you get this, how fast the Earth moves, how far away the moon is, how big it is, how far away the sun is, how everything is moving in the sky, any number you would get to supposedly go to space, any mapped out distance that we accurately know because it uses the radius value. Gravity, quote unquote, uses the radius value. Literally every single aspect of the model would have to be trashed and redone, and it couldn't be redone because of the distances. So the radius falsifies the whole model.
What does that mean to you? What do you gather from what was just said?
Words. Gravity bringing me down.
So you know, it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So then they ignore all this and just pretend that it is a magical globe anyway, and all their math they think proves everything is by 95%. Couldn't even make it up.
Did anyone find any Earth curvature during this moment of silence?
No,
You don't have any. You guys don't have any questions about what was just said. You don't have how did you guys go about this? What method did you use? Where is this information? Do you have citations? Do you have any questions about what was just said?
I was in the room when this stuff was actually hashed out the first time, I think.
Yeah, not you,
Nathan
Tony.
Oakley's. I know.
Yeah, not you.
Weird.
The good old days.
You still think that the Earth is in a heliocentric model?
I think so.
That's very archaic, man. If you've been looking into it for years. Well, let me ask you this, because I don't want
So many questions.
Yeah. Like, I want to ask you this: you are aware of the fact that very prominent, credentialed people on your side all agree that you cannot prove that the Earth is in a heliocentric model, and that it could just as well be geocentric and stationary?
No, wait, are you talking to me? Because I don't think that's true. Where's that? I need to see full citations. See, I don't need to see full citations. I'm sure you guys have them.
Okay, so it's safe to say that you would be surprised to discover that this is in fact factually the case.
Yes, it would totally surprise me if prominent scientific, I'm just going to say science twice, scientific scientists, that sounded stupid, damn it, said that, yes.
Okay, so can you see the voice text?
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Is this a recording or is this someone talking?
Yeah, that was Vsauce.
Wow, man. Oh, it was Vsauce. Okay, cool. Okay, can you play it again? No, I thought it was someone in the room talking. I'm sorry, my bad.
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Well, that's true. Yeah, science doesn't prove anything, but yeah, but I saw that one. I saw that one. He elaborates. He goes on and explains different stuff. I mean, that's kind of like a snippet you got out there. I mean, that's not all prominent scientists. And plus, that's not what he said. But you said he said is not what he said though. You say it was helio.
Anyway.
He didn't say it was geocentric.
Okay, so can you see the voice text?
Okay, which one are we at here? I haven't been here in a while, so which one are we working at?
Live stream voice text.
All right, cool.
Okay, so that's Adolf Baker, Modern Physics and Anti-Physics, is where this quotation is from.
All right. God, that's small. Whew, I gotta get my glasses.
You should be able to click on it to enlarge it.
That was convenient. Well, there's another one from another astronomer with a PhD. Oh, here's another one from world-renowned physicist Lauren Krauss. So, but when you look at the cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is, in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the Earth Earth around the sun.
Those are just like little snippets out of there. I know that in front of that there's more. Who's that? Is that astronomer? Okay.
But
PhD.
you can't say there's more. Obviously, there's more. What you're looking to say is that this is quote mining, or what you're looking to say is that this is cherry picking. But in order for this to be quote mining, it would mean that these quotes were taken out of context.
Yeah, but he's saying
And
that.
I can promise you, they're not taken out of context. So what you're looking to say is, yeah, I know how those read, but in full context, it means something entirely different. That's not the case here.
I see what you mean. What I'm reading is, or at least the second one was that we are the center of the universe. Every star is actually the center of the universe, like a raisin in a loaf of bread rising. Every raisin is the center of that. Why do you laugh? Wait, that doesn't make sense?
How could everything simultaneously be the center?
Everything's expanding like your loaf of bread. Like a loaf of bread. If you put raisins in a loaf of bread, it all expands.
What the quote says is that you cannot tell the difference. In all actuality, you could say any star was the center. There's the proposed idea is that either the Earth is the center, or we have to say that, well, really everything else could be the center. We don't really know. That's what the quote says.
Because we don't know, and we could be the center. We could be the center because we are the center. We are the center, but we're not the center of our solar system. Like the sun is the center of our solar system. That's just the way. And if you're talking about the universe, then yes, we are the center of the universe. We are the center of the universe. I agree with you on that one.
No, you're.
But our solar system, we're not the center of our solar system.
Yeah. Okay. What solar system? And also, you're invoking infinity. So what infinity?
No, I'm not invoking infinity. I'm just invoking a loaf of bread with raisins in it. Not one raisin is going to get closer to another raisin. They're all expanding away from each other. Not one raisin you're going to find getting closer to the other one.
All right, look, this is what we're not going to do. We're just going to let the quotes speak for themselves. Because
I got you.
You said you knew it wasn't true. Well, we have dozens of them. Okay, so here's another astronomer with a PhD. I'm going to read it. I don't know if I posted this one already, but again, once more for the record. It has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations and physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from a geocentric universe. Thus, if the space program is proof of anything, it proves geocentricity and disproves heliocentrism. The evidence for all heliocentrism is even weaker than the evidence for evolution.
That guy. No, he's not who is he? Who is he? Who's he?
Astronomer.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to see his name, and I'm gonna need to check this dude out.
Right there, buddy. It's everything.
I think he's a young Earth creationist too, isn't he? Okay, I can almost read it. It's
Oh, so do you know what poisoning the well is?
Bow, right? Well, you're kind of doing that a little bit, right?
No. I just now. What about when I quote Einstein and Edwin Hubble? Yeah, you're gonna get destroyed.
No. He definitely didn't think that you're geocentric. Like he definitely thought.
It's not about what they think or choose to believe. It's about them saying that it's just a belief and that it factually cannot be proven. You said that was.
Yes, of course it can't be proven. We can't. Science doesn't prove anything. I mean, that's what they're saying. You can't prove it.
They're saying you cannot show with evidence one way or the other in any way definitive.
I don't think they're saying that.
Well, that's what I'm sitting here showing you them saying.
Well, then why would he make an equation that's so intricate and describes orbital patterns of other celestial objects? Why would he do that? Why would he do that?
He had to try to explain how
it
wasn't stationary. That's why.
Really? That's a red. You just made that up, man. It doesn't say that anywhere.
I'm about to quote another PhD saying.
Look, I got you. You don't have to quote anymore. I got you. I'm gonna check out that one boga. I got you. You make your point with that, but I think you're just misunderstanding it. You're not misunderstanding it.
You're on mute because what you're doing right now is you're freaking out. And
no, I'm not. I'm not freaking out. I'm talking. You think I'm freaking out? No, I'm not.
It's a sign of you freaking out because you're impulsively interrupting over and over.
It's just a lot of information to take in at one time. So naturally the brain sort of is in shock. It's natural.
Yeah. So no physical experiment ever proved that the Earth actually is in motion. So
cool. I've been here a long time, probably longer than most of you guys in here. So don't tell me that it's a shock. I'm shocked. This is crazy.
Oh,
no.
you've been in here a while.
All right, so then you can't justify why you keep interrupting. So then
I didn't interrupt. Did I just interrupt? I didn't just interrupt.
You interrupted me.
Now.
Okay, so here's another one.
But wait. You interrupted. But yeah, but you started this conversation.
Guys, take a deep breath.
You guys are crazy.
Dude, I'm gonna mute you if you don't stop, man. Okay, so maybe
yeah, that's cool, man.
Well, then chill out, bro, because you don't have to talk. If you want to go on mute and just hear, we'll explain it to everyone else. You don't have to defend it. So
I'll do that.
So you don't feel like you're on the spot or whatever. But if you can't control your impulsive actions, you're going to have to be forced to. So here's another quote. This is so everyone can learn, not so you can just interrupt with zealotry. Okay, so here's cited in Stephen Hawking's A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion. To the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, meaning any experiment on the Earth, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result, which is exactly what I just told you.
Cool. So this room just hasn't changed then, okay? So I thought I was going to come back in this room, it's going to be cool and stuff, and you guys weren't going to be like the way you are. So you guys have fun in here, man. You guys have fun in here. You guys have fun you don't even need me here, man. You don't even need me. You guys got a good argument going.
Just relax. Just take it easy, man.
You can stay here, just like let everyone, like they'll say something to you, then you say something. Like when the conversation is going on, you can't just always interrupt everyone, because then it makes other people want to interrupt you, or right? So now that you've read the quote, do you have a response?
He left.
Oh, okay. Of course he did. That quote really hurt him.
Yep.
Dude, it literally says that without the theory of relativity, we couldn't even pretend like we could make this make sense.
Now there's also
clearly you're misunderstanding it.
Yeah, when he says science doesn't prove anything, why? I have to find the quote, but there's a quote where this guy draws a distinction between astronomy and actually doing tests in a lab. What do you think that difference is called? Science versus pseudoscience, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
I like this idea of using I think I'd like to see a trend of using nothing but these quotes from these
It's
guys.
the best idea ever, I think.
There's so many of them, man. There's volumes of it.
You're coming through real low, quite Sonny.
Oh, I'm still coming in low? What the heck?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's like the best thing ever, bro, because they have to throw everyone under the bus. And so if you progressively bring the more prominent people out at the end, it really messes with them.
Right. You're quote mining. No, we're not. It's in proper context. Yeah, but you see, that dude's not real PhD. What's his name again? Let me Google who that is. Like he effectively stopped the audience from learning something. He tried to poison the well. That's exactly what he did. And then he wants to, oh, you guys haven't changed. This is what you get. Like, come on, get out of here.
Hey, Farguten, are you trying to get a word?
What?
Go ahead. I was just going to let you get the floor. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Well, hello. I was hanging here for a few minutes, a few 15 minutes while watching all this going on, and I must say that they didn't quite look that good.
The last gentleman?
Oh, yes, especially the last one. He was a bit fast-paced.
He seemed like an interesting guy. So, what side of the fence are you on in this debate here?
I think, just to set it all a bit straight on my side, I'm a current student of physics, so I place myself on the very, very other side from yours, that the Earth is a globe, and everything that entails it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Glad to have you.
Well, that's good.
I just have
Yeah.
one question. I'll let you guys take care. Is there a difference between physics and theoretical physics?
Theoretical physics leans more towards generating new mathematical models and theories that are then observed and verified by experimental physics. They are both both sides of the same coin, experimental and theoretical physics, but they just focus on different areas of physics.
Are you saying there's no difference?
Oh, it's a difference of either spending the whole day in a lab or right next to a blackboard, doing math, or creating theories to test. That's the word.
Making stuff up, yeah. That's
So
what
the difference in physics and theoretical physics is one is doing experimentation to draw a conclusion from the hypothesis test, which comes after the hypothesis, which is a supposition as to what causes a natural phenomenon, versus theoretical physics, where you have presupposition or theories as to why something's happening, and then you draw up a mathematical abstraction with that. Would you agree to that?
In the broad sense, yes, physics can be split this way into either focusing on doing experiments or creating theories to test in those experiments. I mean, like 50, 60 years ago, there wasn't much of a distinction because back then I think everything was a bit more simpler. So physics can be at the same time very good at doing mathematics and theory, and also doing experiments in a laboratory with glass, bells, and vacuum pumps and such things. But yes, in a broad sense, yes. I mean, there might be some disagreement in the details, but in a broad sense, I didn't hear anything that was blatantly off. So yeah.
Yeah. So were you in here when we were explaining that all of these theoretical physicists and different astronomers and people with PhDs or whatever, they're all on record saying that there's no way they can actually prove that the Earth is heliocentric in a heliocentric model as opposed to geocentric and stationary?
Yeah, I did hear you talk about it, and I think there must be some things to remember. I mean, this might seem like a cop-out, but it still must be kept in mind. Those quotations, where did they came from? Was it from a book they made to the public or in a textbook? For instance,
all kinds of different ones. So they have lectures they gave, textbooks, books like infamous books like authored by Stephen Hawking. So these are direct quotes attributed to the people in this field, supposedly subject matter experts, right? I mean, within these quotes, we have Edwin Hubble and Einstein, and again, Stephen Hawking, Lawrence Krauss. It's ridiculous. We have the Royal Astronomy quotes. So an attempt to try to handwave dismiss the whole thing with some excuse isn't honest. You should look at each quote individually, right? And if you really want to think there's a globe, then you may instinctively want to assume that they're out of context. Well, I encourage you to check them. They are not.
Oh,
so
yeah,
here's
that's
another one. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go on. Yeah, all right.
Cool,
sorry.
because it's the best way to learn, right? If you think that those people are right about the Earth being a ball that spins around the sun in a heliocentric model, then you should fully understand what it is that you believe, right? So whether the Earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessors believed, the observable phenomena will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption, which can never be proved or disproved by observation. Dennis Schema, the unity of the universe. One
Yes,
of the founding fathers of modern cosmology.
Yes, I do get it, but to be fair, I'll tell you what. Those quotes, they are very interesting, and I would love to see them search back to that source and see that in a better context. Because it is a quote.
You understand? Well, we need to make sure they're understood, right? So, like when it says this shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, right? We're talking about Newtonian physics, right? So, like this shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption, which can never be proved or disproved by observations. That's a very important quote if you understand what it's saying. He's saying that for Newtonian to be taught as physical definitive reality or make a claim as such is ridiculous, because it cannot claim to be empirical science when within it is contained a metaphysical assumption. That's philosophy, religion, belief. That's not empirical science. The conflation debunks it.
What do you think he meant by this metaphysical condition?
Yeah, like these fantastical concepts of gravity causing us to move around in this other concept of a universe with solar systems.
Metaphysical, abstract.
Yes. I do get what you mean, but the thing is, Newtonian dynamics, the model in which forces are applied to objects which then cause them to accelerate to accelerate. Those can work without a local acceleration, i.e., gravity. That's the whole equation F equals ma, from which we can derive many interesting things about how things can change in their position and speed.
That's not the point. The point is that using it doesn't differentiate that the Earth is spinning and there's magical force called gravity that's causing it, or that the Earth is stationary and things just fall based on the equilibrium being side over top of it, not moving. That's what it's saying. That's why it starts off with the distinction that you couldn't tell the difference if the Earth was moving to the east or if the sky was, or from the east.
Yes, I mean, from like if I just go outside and look at how the stars move across the sky, from that alone I wouldn't be able to say which one is moving, because that's relative. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's right. So how you apply Newtonian dynamics is different if the Earth is moving or not moving.
Well,
so
of course, if
you understand there's a difference if the Earth is spinning and you're applying Newtonian dynamics than if it's stationary, which is why he's explaining that it was nonsense for Newtonian dynamics to make claims about definitive physical reality, including the assumption the Earth is spinning, because there's a metaphysical assumption intrinsic within it. It's just a belief. It's a philosophical belief of the Earth being a ball that spins around the sun. So since of that philosophical belief, you cannot conflate that to science. That's what the quote is saying.
Yes, but the thing is, you can apply the basic Newton laws of motion, and and I don't know if I remember this correctly. There is one of the three laws says that there is a local acceleration. Is that right? I don't think I can quite remember them correctly. If you can correct me.
It's an overview. It's not to get into random specifics of what you think about Newtonian anything. It's an overview of the foundation of Newtonian dynamics as a thing that was proposed. That's what it is. It was postulated as explanation of definitive reality, when in fact it requires an assumption that is metaphysical, ontological, spiritual, philosophical. conceptual, abstract.
Religious.
I frankly disagree with this. The laws of
What part of it do you? What part of, before you continue? What part of it do you disagree with, and on what ground?
That the basic form of Newton's law of motions, the three basic laws,
No, we're talking about the difference between. We're talking about the difference. We're talking about the difference between physics and metaphysics still, right? And so we're pointing out that you shouldn't conflate the two, because natural science and writing on the chalkboard is two different things. What about that do you disagree with? Because this is what it was summing up.
That it's not a metaphysical; it's a physical assumption about reality, and metaphysics is by definition beyond reality, unknowable.
Right. So these things that are balls that have mass that we haven't verified or validated in any way, it's just presuppositional, which presuppositions don't belong in hypotheses or scientific theories either. Which part of this do you agree or disagree with?
Let me think. Sorry, could you repeat that question? I didn't quite catch it. I'm sorry.
Hypotheses don't have presuppositions that are predetermined, such as the mass of objects and how they move because of a force, without being able to validate or verify them in any way.
Hypotheses can have presupposition if they can be valid, and they can be valid if they are valid in an experiment.
No, but presuppositions aren't tested. Only suppositions are tested. So the supposition is what caused the natural phenomena observed. That's all it is. Then you run experiments to figure out either my independent variable does cause the natural phenomena or it doesn't, which gives you either a positive result or no result. Then your conclusion is the result of the hypothesis test. That's it. That is very different from a presuppositional statement that will not get tested.
Yeah. So, like, let me ask you this, bro. So, like, do you agree that in science, preference or convenience or philosophical idealism, so philosophical preference, right, or convenience, is that included in science?
You are talking. Yes, but those are subjective notions that differ from person to person, right?
That's right.
No, in science we strive to not include these in objective models. That's the reason why there's a science at all, to create as close a models to reality as possible. If you include these cultural notions of philosophy, you model it to a local version of reality, which is not, real. Like, for instance, trying to incorporate your notion of, let's say, superior genders to others. If that is not true in reality, then it would not be. Then it is not true. No matter what you think, reality is the ultimate arbiter of truth, as in or models, which work and which do not work.
Exactly.
Hold on. Listen, I don't think he's understanding what you're saying. Really.
Oh, but but I got him. Because where he's about to go.
I think he needs like a specific example, example of where this fails.
Yeah, maybe so. Go ahead.
You want me to give it to him? Okay.
You can.
So we have epicycles, right? That predicts the planetary motions as accurate as the second, can't remember his name. Kepler's planetary laws, right? So Kepler's 3 planetary laws of epicycles. They're two models. They both have the same predictive power. Now, which one do you choose as the reality?
That's a good question.
So this is what they're talking about. How and even if you have one model, right? there could be another model out there with the same predictive power that you just nobody's thought of yet. This is why you can't say models are reality.
Of course, they're not reality. That's true. They are a fiction of our humans, but still, if we try to model nature, reality in those models, we will not get a true value, but we will get a fairly accurate, pragmatically accurate value. So in the case of that we have these two models with the same results, then that's a big problem. That's a big problem in science. It's called the indeterminate. Oh, the word. It's indeterminate. In which case, we try to step back and see from what tinier models are the bigger models made out of. What are their predecessors, as in on which theories those models are being based on, or models, and then try to evaluate closely and see if those models that those two are made out of are actually accurate, and see if they can fail in some experiment or observation.
Okay. So philosophical preference and convenience can only taint any attempt to accurately recollect on reality. So a model is tainted intrinsically if it has some philosophical undertone of preference or convenience.
It's subjective preference. Philosophy is a very wide subject. For instance, it does like a logic. Logic. It was originally included in philosophy. It was a field of study, which then evolved into math. So So if you mean first of all by subjective cultural or social values, then those can only model the experiment and the model unless that model tries to explain these social dynamics, like from groups and nations.
Okay, bro. So I'm not trying to. You did pretty good. You admitted there's a difference. So here's a quote. The ancient argument over whether the earth rotates or the heavens revolve around it, as Aristotle taught, is seen to be no more than an argument over the simplest choice of a frame of reference. Obviously, the most convenient choice is the universe. Well, we just talked about how convenience is literally irrelevant to actual science, right? Nothing except inconvenience prevents us from choosing the earth as a fixed frame of reference. If we choose to make the earth our fixed frame of reference, we do not have to, we do not even do violence to everyday speech. We say that the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening, the Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. Which point of view is correct? Do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless, which actually isn't meaningless, of course, but do you understand what he's saying?
Yes, that unless you try and see what other metric these two models predict and how they differ, then if you just focus on this simple notion of whether I'm rotating or the sphere or the universe is rotating, then it'll be very hard to see which one is more right in this case or more accurate.
No, they're explaining there's no difference in predictive capability, and I'll give you plenty of quotes about that as well. That's what they're explaining. It's nothing more than, it's not that one's more viable than the other. And if that were the case, it would be geocentric because that's the default. This is what they're saying. I've showed you quotes of them saying it right now. Okay. So it is nothing more than a convenience issue, a philosophical preference. So you cannot adequately make claims about definitive reality if they are confined to your philosophy. If your philosophy is wrong, as you just said, then automatically your claims about reality are wrong.
If my philosophy is, as in my approach to or my view of how science is done, is that what you mean?
Yeah, you just now agreed and long-winded that philosophy is not science, and even Indio jumped in and gave you an example. You have to make some philosophical decision, or you just choose with arbitrary means which one you want to believe in. That is not science, and people are shocked to find out that in fact heliocentrism versus geocentrism is that very type of a decision.
Can I read two quotes also?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So before I read these quotes, now The reason that we're pulling these quotes is because you just said yourself that in science, if you have, what is it, two explanations for the same thing, something is wrong?
Well, if you have two explanations that are by themselves contradictory to each other, as in they can be both true, then you have to, then you find yourself in a very serious problem. As in, you can't say which one is which. You can't prefer which one is better solely based on what their predictions. Now you can try and be a bit more pragmatic, saying which one has more complex calculations or which one makes more assumptions. I think that's called the Occam's razor.
So you do know that that would be the heliocentric model. That would be the one with more assumptions. But setting that aside, because you're probably going to ask for that citation. So reading this one right here, all masses, all motion, indeed all forces are relative. There's no way to discern relative from absolute motion when we encounter them. Whenever modern writers infer an imaginary distinction between relative and absolute motion from a Newtonian framework, they do not stop to think that the Ptolemaic and Copernican are both equally true. Ernest Mach is his name.
So did you put it into the chat? I can't seem to find it.
No, I didn't. I'm just reading it. I can put it in there for you in a second. But
Yes,
here's another
yes.
one. Einstein and Infeld, The Evolution of Physics. The struggle, so violent in the early days of science, between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. Two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems.
Yes. Again,
so you don't see how it flows with.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. You don't see how this parallels with what you said about the problem in science. If you know what you just said prior, you don't see the parallel here. And then you said, well, the one with the least assumptions, Occam's razor, and I said, well, the one with more assumptions is a heliocentric model.
The thing is, the number of assumptions is not set in stone. Anyone can try and question the assumption and then split them into small assumptions. But it's more of a which one is probably more accurate. It's a guesstimate. It's a guesstimate. Unless you can definitely discern which one is more.
But it's not science, though, right? Because it's a problem.
No,
or is there now not a? So it's not a problem.
Operating by these estimates and guesses is more about pragmatism.
Estimates and guesses. That isn't science, is it?
No,
natural science. I'm sorry, natural science and dealing with the physical and natural world through the scientific method. What you detailed is not that, right?
It's not accurate. That's the problem.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The question that I'm asking is guessing a part of the scientific method? Well, outside of the hypothesis, right?
Well, sorry, go on.
Is calculation and guesswork without the test of a hypothesis science? Yes or no?
If you don't test your guesses, your hypotheses, then you can't really say that they are true because you didn't test it by nature, but by experiment. So, so they only remain hypotheses, unformed and unbased. Of course, they can have very elegant maps, very nice results, but if you don't test those results in reality, saying it, if you set an experiment that can tell you if this number is the same number as the one measured, the one that came out of this model or hypothesis or theory, then it just remains a hypothesis. Experiment is the sole judge of truth, accuracy, truth in this case.
Okay. So anyway, man, dude, we're trying to explain to you that it's philosophy, right? So they did this thing where they looked at the microwave background. The idea is that it's all the energy in the furthest parts of the universe they can see and all this nonsense they make up. Well, it showed you that everything was dispersing away from the Earth perfectly. And so here's another quote. But when you look at the cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is, in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. I need you to listen to this part, bro. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. That would say we are truly the center of the universe.
Yes, if that was not a coincidence of alignment, then it would be a very strange thing in the and would warrant some further attention.
Okay, I'll go find the quote that explains to you. It's nothing about a. It's
why do they call it the?
That's not how
It's
it works.
about
I want to know why do they call it the
alignment.
cosmological axis of evil? Why is there a moral connotation to what's supposed to be a scientific question? That's what they call this observation that Earth appears to be in the center of everything. Called the axis of evil.
The axis of evil.
Yeah,
Well,
cool. Cosmological axis of evil.
Correct.
Yes, that's a name.
Oh, yeah. So astrophysicists right here. The apparent alignment in the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican principle seems to be in jeopardy. So he just told you why they call it evil.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then they came up with a mathematical explanation to band-aid the issue on top of the bad science. You don't see a problem with that?
Wait a minute. Could you expand on that, please? Elaborate.
It's been a long time since I've... So, after they came out with this result, maybe India can help me out. What did they propose to correct for this issue? Was it dark matter, or is that something else?
I have not yet
No,
studied
that's something else. I actually can't remember, but they did say they came up with some weird geometric thing. I don't know, where like I can't remember off the top of my head. And I'm not at my laptop, so have to
I haven't really come up with much viable at all from my understanding. I'm trying to find the quote where the dude just admits as much.
No, I saw a Vsauce video on it. They did have something. Something like maybe things are different at different scales or something. Like physics are different at large scale. I think it was something like that.
Yeah. So that's what they're gonna have to say.
I mean, physics as we have it today does differ based on what scale we are, located.
We're literally sitting here hearing you admit that everyone that you look up to doesn't know anything about what's out there on that scale, or even about the scale, or how to prove the scale, or that they know anything about the movement in the scale.
No.
How can you then turn around and say that it is like that? We're literally covering in excruciating detail how the people that have given you this story, when you say scientists and they are telling you that they don't even at all know how to adequately map out that scale. They have no idea what it is.
Yeah, I posted the picture with the axis of evil, and they claim they sent a satellite in space to measure the microwave cosmic background radiation, and they detected. So this satellite was like above the Earth's surface. And the problem is that this satellite detected that Actually, the Earth's North Pole is the center of the whole universe. And this satellite was not in that center point. So whatever it measured, it found out that everything pinpoints to our North Pole. So in that sphere of scan, which they claim they did, or a dome, they found that North Pole is the very center of everything, of the world and the sky. And they call it axis of evil because, it demolishes the heliocentric model and also the Big Bang Theory.
To be frank, I have not yet looked at this particular issue, and to say anything on it from my side would be an opinion in this case.
In the Big Bang Theory, the center of the universe is very, very, very far from our galaxy.
But the thing is, there is no center of the universe. That's the whole.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. In the Big Bang Theory, there is a center of the universe. Yes.
Right. So, I was able to find a quick article, but yeah. So the problem with the CMB is specifically off of the back of the Big Bang Theory, quote unquote. We wouldn't expect to see what they saw with the cosmic microwave background. That's the problem. Right here it says, at the heart of the picture is the cosmological principle, which says that the universe appears the same on the larger scales no matter where you happen to be looking. This is what you'd expect in the aftermath of an explosion like our Big Bang, with all the constituents winding up mixed together in a randomized homogeneous soup. The reality, it seemed, wasn't like that, meaning the observations didn't match the model.
Yeah. And another funny thing about this satellite measurement, when they did the first measurement and they found this, they said, some things inside the satellite, some sensors must have been miscalibrated. And then they reapproached the problem, they checked everything, all the systems, and then they did the measurements again, and they found the same result. And also a third time, because the second time they also claimed there must be something wrong with the satellite. And they checked it, and then they did again the measurement, and they got the same result. And after that point, they dropped the project.
Just so you guys know, I've heard a lot of people screw that word up. It's homogeneous. Homogeneous.
Yeah, so
Homogeneous.
say the adverb version. Wait, say the adverb version. That's the hard one.
Yeah.
It's the homogeneous. That's what it is.
Yep.
No, it's like hypothesis and hypothesis. To me, it's tomato.
Well, they're two different words, homogeneous and homogeneity. But here's
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah. Here's a different bro for you. So dark energy appears to be in the dominant component of the physical universe, yet there is no persuasive theoretical explanation for its existence or magnitude. The acceleration of the universe is, along with dark matter, the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. Most experts believe that nothing short of a revolution in our understanding of fundamental physics will be required to achieve a full understanding of the cosmic acceleration. For these reasons, the nature of dark energy ranks among the very most compelling of all outstanding problems in physical science.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
There are
so
still
what they're doing is,
oh.
wait, time out. What they're doing, instead of going and even acknowledging that there's a viable option, which is that the Earth is stationed with a fixed frame of reference, they're frantically trying to explain the other as if it's not even an option. That is not science, is it, right? That is religion. That is zealotry.
Enforced religion. Not to believe it, it means to be a heretic for
He's
them.
sitting here saying, we have to scrap everything. Our fundamental understanding of everything has to be wrong. And they're not even going to address that there's one other alternative that isn't wrong at all. And all this does is confirm it even more. And they pretend it's not even there. That is religious zealotry.
But that's not quite true.
It's literally true.
I'll tell you why that's not really true. Because
Wait. What's not true? Specifically.
The notion that the geocentric position of the Earth is still remains a viable alternative to this problem that you mentioned.
Okay. So you're answering a question that wasn't asked.
I'm answering an issue. Can't I do?
Yeah. I'm just saying you're answering a question that nobody asked here instead of addressing directly what's been said here.
I'm just putting up. I
know because the point that we're making to you is that though both mathematical representations or coordinate systems are identical, actually practically the same. The only reason that the Ptolemaic model is not viable is simply because they don't want it to be, because they don't feel like it should be. And there's tons of quotes where they say specifically that. There's no actual evidence, according to them, that could go against this. There's no hypotheses or no test that would disprove that the Ptolemaic model is correct. But on the grounds of philosophy alone, they accept that we're not at the center of the universe. So what about that is incorrect?
When you disagree with it, you're disagreeing with the people that brought you your belief.
Well, to be frank, these are quotes. And the problem is science is not through quotes. You are basically distilling a whole position into a few sentences.
They're not true quotes. Okay, so
what? No, they are true.
Wait,
but
okay, don't.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. Go.
So all you can try to say, and I covered this with you earlier, right? Because we're experimenting with this, and what we found out is that anyone that needs to cling on to the ball, they don't have many options here. It's very difficult for them because they think they know the Earth's a globe because they appeal to this idea of these superhero scientists with their capes on that did it all for them. So when you start to bring them those people one by one, and you show them what they're actually saying to explain what it is that they hold to be true, right? Then you don't really have many options to disagree with it. So the only thing you can really say is, oh, this must be taken out of context or cherry picked. Now, if something is cherry picked, that means that if you left it in context, it would actually reveal information that was contradictory to what you're claiming it says. Not one single quote that we're showing you is like that. They're all completely in context, and we encourage you and any of the readers to look up the citations and go verify this. I did.
All right. I will. I thank you for the quote that you have posted in the chat, and I will go look at them later.
Okay.
But you should already know this because in academia, these kinds of arguments happen all the time. There are hundreds of models. Like you should know that if you're in school for this stuff.
So do you know what
I'm
dark
trying to
matter?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on because I'm an outsider looking in. I didn't go to university, and I know this. Why? Because the people at university are informing me. Because I care about the information, right? So I don't understand why you're just hearing about this today.
It's not that I'm hearing about it for the first time. It's about that I'm hearing this particular. Yes, I am kind of hearing about it for the first time because physics is a very large body of knowledge. So to expect anyone to know
No,
every single bit of it is.
no,
No,
no. It's
I
not.
get what he's saying. I get
Physics
what he's
is
saying,
very
though.
limited.
I get what he's saying because
Okay,
he's
okay,
lumping physics in with
yeah,
theoretical physics, and we get that already. That's
okay.
Please continue.
Sorry, but yeah,
Okay, well we get it, man, but we need you to understand what we're trying to enforce. Like the reason you don't know about all of it, even if you are studying it, is because they don't teach it. That's right. They don't actually teach it because what it's set up to do is to get other people to try to help figure out the holes in the story. That's literally what it is. You're going into a field of study that has already made the assumption. That's what astronomy is. That's what modern astronomy is. It is a field that has made the assumption of the Earth and its position. It doesn't even cover the fact that that entire field is actually not even viable or in any way has been proven. They just assume it, and then they try to teach you the details about what's wrong with some of the stuff and mostly what they think they've gotten right. And they want you to, over the course of years, once you fully get the fairy tale, try and help them piece the fairy tale together. We're letting you know the people that helped bring you the modern version of the fairy tale let you know they had to piece it together just to even propose it to you, and it's with all kinds of stuff they can't prove or understand. There are all kinds of stuff they can't even adequately explain. Do you see the bigger picture, bro?
I do. I think I do get what you are meaning meaning to say that or the idea that you're trying to get across that this is a big narrative formed from narrative and not from reality. And it's trying to make a fairly fitting narrative of the real world that can be or should be fairly easy to in to find spots where this narrative should and will agree with reality or i.e. experiment.
Yeah. So what exactly is it that you're going to school for?
Physics, science in this case.
That's a
But
super
of course, yeah, it's a very vague idea, I know. But still,
okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's cool. So, to understand the physics of the natural world, and it would depend on where your focus is. So, are you interested in explaining physics on the Earth, or are you interested in explaining physics in outer space?
Imaginary.
well, it is kind of true that some experiments done on Earth will be different than ones done in space. But so the first thing is to try and see what the underlying physics would say would happen if it was done on Earth or in space.
You're answering a question that wasn't asked. I don't mean to be rude.
Oh, of course.
I'm just pointing out that a question was asked to you, and I don't know if you're aware or not, but you're not answering the question. You're answering a question that no one asked.
Okay, well, I must try to get to it through this context, but all right. I don't really care if it is done on Earth or in space because I believe it is universal, depending on the local context. Like things don't fall in space, but on Earth they do.
Okay, so anyway, dude, I'm gonna fast forward this, dude. The reason I brought it up was I'm asking if you wanted to explain physics on the Earth or not. All right. Well, because if you want to fully understand physics on the Earth, you need to look back and see what brought us to our understanding of physics that we currently have on the Earth. For example, electricity and everything that we use in the world. And so when we look back, then we'll figure it out. And so all the people that gave us everything we still use for physics on the Earth, the original people, they actually assumed there was an ether. Then there was a test where they tried to.
Oh, sorry, you cut out.
They try to show you. They try to do a test that proved that the Earth was spinning in the ether, and it showed that the Earth was completely nil. Its velocity. Its velocity was nil, nothing. So it was like, damn, what do we do now? Obviously, the ether must be wrong because we can't even entertain the idea that the Earth's not moving. That's what happened.
Well, yes, that's make us
and funny thing,
right?
these laser interferometers are the most precise measuring instruments in automotive industry. Yeah, we use it to measure micron precision car parts. Yeah, and when you put the part that you made, yeah, to measure it, its dimensions, so that it fits the tolerances accepted. If you move that table where that interferometer is, that instrument, when it's measuring the part, you messing all the measurements. If you move the table, so they don't work if they are in motion. Those laser interferometers.
Yes.
Yeah, so they show you that, yeah, speed, velocity in space is imperative. They have to be still so you can perform accurate measurements. If it's not still, yeah, if you install this interferometer in a train and you try to measure any component, you will get fake readings. You will have to take the speed of the train, which is moving, yeah, and actually equate that into that measurement anomaly readings. And then you will get your real value.
Yes, that's true. That's yes, that's true.
So how can be something? How can something have zero velocity and it's actually constantly accelerating?
Acceleration doesn't always mean that the speed changes. Only the direction can change.
Well, we are always moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah, whenever we make a step in the world, we are moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah.
Yeah, and really the important part that you need to get, bro. I brought this up because you need to understand what happened. Okay, because obviously as we show you these quotes, you don't know what's happening. They found out the Earth wasn't moving. They had to pretend that that wasn't the case. They didn't even entertain that the Earth was moving. So then the theory of relativity eventually was come up with. And they took something called the Lorentz contraction, okay? And Einstein tried to apply it to the actual apparatus in the Michelson-Morley, saying that the apparatus itself, the physical apparatus, was contracting. Literally, okay? It's insanity. And that's just the beginning of the insanity. Then the theory of relativity goes on to desperately attempt to explain how the Earth's a spinning ball on an axis, but it's going to appear to be the exact opposite. That's what happened. That's what relativity is.
Quick question.
As a physics student, I would like to ask you one question, if you guys okay.
Sure.
Yeah, as a physics student, do you believe in Einstein's relativity theory?
I've only had experience with the special theory of relativity. I've not yet encountered the mathematical theorem behind the general relativity.
Okay. So my question is simple. Do you believe that your feet are older than your head?
That depends on what you usually mean. As in, do the photons that left my feet how much time elapsed since they departed and since they arrived in my eyeball? Then
So you
is that
believe
what you
it.
mean?
So you believe that your feet are older than your head?
The feet are older than I see them. That's the
No,
word.
than your head. You know, your head is not where your feet are, and your feet are not where your head is. They are at different position locations at all the time.
But the relative speed velocity is nilch, zero. In that case, they both experience the same time.
Not according to Einstein's theory of relativity.
Could you elaborate on that?
He claims that your feet are older than your head. Yeah, the twin, which goes into space and comes back, will be younger than his twin brother.
Yes, but do keep in mind that the twin was in a spaceship moving at very high speed as well, had very high velocities.
Yeah, and in your heliocentric model, yeah, your feet are on the ground and your head closer to the sky. So the radius from the axis of spin is different. So your velocity in space is different than your feet.
They do still have the same angular velocity.
No, no.
Radius, dude. If you're in a little gravity well space-time fabric, then you're in a different place in that relative to the mass that displaced that magical space-time fabric. So you would have a different effect, and he incorporates time to that, right?
Yes. Oh, that's general relativity. Yes, that's if you are including that one, then yes, those will have different time spans, but of course very tiny, very tiny. I wouldn't have to even
your
measure
feet,
them.
then I was right. You believe your feet are older than your head.
I was assuming that you were speaking about special relativity, but yes, from what I know of general relativity, then that would be true. Of course, you wouldn't really know now. You wouldn't really detect that.
Do you think that it's normal to believe that?
That's pretty crazy, bro.
It is not
Do you
common
think it
sense.
sounds normal? Huh?
No, it's crazy, I know. But the thing is, we cannot rely on common sense in these cases.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Right.
You mean actually you have to exclude common sense? Is that what you mean? You have to get rid of it.
Look, where do you think common sense came from?
Common sense is inherent in our reality. Common sense is inherent in our reality and whoever made it or whatever made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they come from your senses. That's why it's in the word. That's why the heliocentric model is, by definition, nonsense.
Well, let's get to the let's get to the crux of the philosophical debate.
Okay.
So now people say, what shape is the Earth? Is it flat or is it round? Now, problem number one: flat is not a shape; it's a description. It's an aspect of something. So automatically, this juxtaposition is that the media puts out is already incorrect on arrival. So the question is it a sphere or is it not a sphere? So how do we determine that it's a sphere? Well, they've given us certain methods to calculate that it's a sphere with a certain dimension. Now, being that that's the case, we can actually measure and test to see if the sphericity is there or not. So before we even go into that, if the Earth isn't a sphere, what really changes?
Okay, well, on the locally, like within your room and such, now actually,
No. If it's not a sphere, like if the Earth isn't a sphere, what does that change
well,
academically for you?
well, I was getting to that. Uh, Locally, not much difference would be felt. Like your cup of coffee wouldn't be different on the different laws of physics.
Well, is there any difference though? You said not much difference. Is there any difference? Is what he's asking.
Oh yes, difference would be that under known laws of physics, a series of things would happen depending on what actually do you mean by flat Earth.
Okay,
Well,
so all the
like
physics were come up with on the assumption that the Earth is stationary and flat. That's the only way we can physically do anything in the world successfully. So physics, if it's science, then you can physically test it, meaning you can use it. You can do something with it successfully because it's physically true. It's physics. That all assumes that the Earth is flat and not moving. So when you say on the local scale, not much would change. No, the answer is that literally nothing would change. And if you claim the Earth's a globe, you just have to say that it's identical to what it would be like if it was flat and not spinning. But relativity says it just tricks you. It's an illusion. And that must be true.
Well, let's not for a moment include general relativity because I don't have the math behind it to tell what would be the consequence.
Okay,
So,
it's just important to understand it, man, you know?
Yes, I do know what you mean. But when you ask what will be different, well, to answer that, I would need to know what is different in the scale on the Earth. So would this flat have a thickness? Of course, we know.
The deepest anyone's ever gone in the Earth, ever, is under 8 miles. So it doesn't matter what anyone says about anything beyond that. Literally means nothing. It's just a fairy tale. So we know nothing more than that. So
let's. Sorry, go on.
Well, yeah, because when the globe Earth made all kinds of predictions about what would be all the way down to the 8 miles, they were wrong about the entire thing. So that definitely doesn't help out anything but flat Earth, and that's the point we're making. Is everything is like that. Let's use radio waves for an example. What would it change if the Earth's flat? Nothing. That's how we use them. We shoot them horizontally for thousands of miles.
Not quite. In a flat Earth, the signal bouncing back from the ionosphere would travel a larger distances because they would encounter the upper bounds of the atmosphere at a different angle. This comes from.
Well, I didn't really want to get into. I don't know. Maybe I asked the wrong question. So what I want to do is take you to whether or not the Earth measures to be a globe or not, and then go from that perspective because we can't measure it not being a sphere, and then you then say, well, it wouldn't work if it weren't a plane, therefore it is a sphere because of lasers bouncing off the ionosphere, whatever the case.
But
right?
real fast though, bro, I think it's important to make him before that. I mean, okay, the conversation was, so like what would be the difference? And so I brought up a perfect example that not only would there be no difference, but it's just how we actually use something. And so he said, nuh-uh. He needs to know specifically, this is a good example because this is how the whole thing is going to be for you. You think right now, nuh-uh, the radio waves wouldn't work like that if the Earth was flat. Now, here's what actually happened. Someone named Marconi sent the longest radio transmission ever at the time, over 2,000 miles, 2,200 miles. All the people said, you can't do that. The Earth's a ball and it'll block it at 200 miles. He ignored them. He used line of sight. He horizontally hit his target the first attempt 2,200 miles away. He then ended up sending one 10,000 miles horizontally, hitting his target using line of sight directly in front of him, assuming a plane underneath him. Then people had to theorize with the idea that there's an ionosphere up there, and there's an area where it actually reflects back down and comes down and lands on the globe. Now, that's what actually happened in actual historic reality. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's a good example of what we talked about before, about the two models still giving the same result. So in either case, the signal did go a very long distance, and in your model, on flat Earth, you say that the signal went further because there was no bend, no curvature, so there was a line of sight between the target and the receiver.
Correct.
And also, yes, and on the globe Earth, another idea was formed that there could be something like that, or can be there might be something that can reflect back a portion of the signal from this layer of ionized atmosphere.
Right, but they came up with that idea to try to explain how it could have happened on a globe. They said, you can't do this. It's physically impossible. There will be a huge hump of Earth curvature physically blocking the radio waves. You cannot send it that far. He ignored them, sent it anyway, and it hit his target the first try 2,000 miles away, and it was supposed to get blocked by the Earth's curvature at 200 miles. But then he sent one 10,000 miles. Okay, so the facts are that when you assumed the globe, you said you couldn't do it. Then you physically did it, and we do it all day, by the way, every day, all around the world. Okay, and it showed that it wasn't over top of a curved surface. It was over a horizontal.
Hello?
How could that have happened hypothetically to keep the assumption the Earth's a globe? It's just objective. If you want to know the truth, you have to put your big boy pants on and be honest about it, right? So like they didn't teach you this in school. There's a reason, right? But this is just very easy to verify. National Geographic covered this, saying what I'm saying to you. Even mainstream knows.
Yeah. Also, when you go to U.S. Military Academy and you want to learn about radar technology, you will be learning electromagnetic waves propagation over flat stationary Earth.
Correct. The military has a ground weapon system.
Yeah.
As a weapon system, they send radio transmissions, a ground weapon system, and the title of the military paper that you can have access to, it's declassified, is Electromagnetic Propagation Over a Flat Earth. And it explains the only way they can adequately acquire target acquirement, is assuming a horizontal propagation over a horizontal plane, and they use it, and it costs millions of dollars to produce it.
Yeah.
I have not read that report, so I can't really speak on it. But I can say that this comes back to using what models for which purposes. So let's say, for instance, that this is a hypothetical explanation of why they might have used a model of a flat Earth for radio propagation. So let's say that the calculations needed to calculate this effect on a spherical Earth are more complex. They need to account for curvature, so we need to use.
What happened to Occam's razor?
No, it's very simple what happened. If they shot the waves assuming that the Earth was a globe, they couldn't hit their target. So they had to create a viable model to shoot and hit their target, because we're talking about the military, that people's lives are at stake. You have to get the bad guy. We're not talking about I want to play games and make up stories. This is like real life. And so they have to assume that for it to to work, and it's explained in the document. They have to assume the Earth's a dielectric plane. Dielectric is just a word that means electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic, and it's a plane within a magnetic field, and it's horizontal. They have to assume that to use the weapon system that they do use on a regular basis. And this is they are dropping the document for you. If they're not, I will.
Okay, I'll look into it later. Thank you for that.
As a student physicist, you also have to know about electromagnetic waves reflection.
Hmm. Kinda.
What happens when light is being reflected by solid matter or liquid? How does it reflect? When it's reflecting off an object, will it have the same lumen intensity? It will carry all that lumen intensity infinitely, or we have light attenuation, light inverse square law?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So when light does reflect off materials, of atoms, two things can happen, or two kind of thing happens. Either the light reflects elastically, just bounces back off like a perfectly elastic marble, which doesn't
Well,
really happen
that's
that much.
how we that's that's how we try to imagine it at atomic level. But in reality, what we see is that when you have light reflecting from a solid object, yeah, when you shine light on a wall, yeah, every light beam wave, yeah, that hits that wall will be reflecting at infinite angles, all the angles, not just like that certain ray beam. Like when you shoot a laser beam into a wall, yeah, you see the laser straight line, yeah, and it doesn't reflect at the same angle, opposite angle, backwards. You will see only a very bright dot on the wall, yeah, and it's very much like the light source itself, the laser, but it will not shine to you in your eye the same kind of laser beam coming from the laser device.
Yes, that's true. And
Yeah,
I can give you
it will be diffused.
Yes,
You know,
that's the word. That's the word.
yeah,
I
it's not
can
a
give you
beam anymore.
All right, bro.
Yes,
But just because
Yeah,
I did take it away from Eli, and like he's asking the most important question. I wanted you to
yeah,
realize that it sounds like a crazy thing to take in. We get it. We got the same thing. Everyone has different amounts of times they can even be honest about it. You find out, well, what would be different if it were flat and not moving? And then you look at everything else in life and you realize that literally nothing else would change because that's how everything you've ever experienced your entire life is. And you see the sun move in the sky because it moves in the sky. And you don't feel like you're moving because you're not moving. And the horizon is horizontal because it's horizontal. That's why it's horizontal.
yeah.
Sea level is called sea level and assumed to be flat because it's flat and level. That's why it's called sea level. And you will find out quickly that everything that works in the real world has to assume this and utilize this fact. And we're trying to break it down for you. You're going to have to look into things because it sounds crazy. And we were all taught that. I did.
And you know, even on the
Cut out with
globe, the down vectors are divergent from the center. Yeah, on the surface of the globe, the down vector is convergent to the center.
Yeah, like if you want to know the
And
truth,
this means, yeah, go ahead.
well, okay, Eli was telling you the most accurate way, most efficient way to know the truth. They claim the Earth's a globe. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. It's on a 23.4 degree tilted axis. It spins 1,037 miles per hour east at the equator. If you want to know if that's true, then you can physically measure the surface of the Earth. It has to curve at a rate consistent with that radius value. That is 8 inches per mile squared, specifically 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is where you would see the curve of the Earth. Now, I'm not trying to overload you. I'm just trying to explain to you. It's very simple. The Earth's a sphere with a certain size is a geometric claim. The way that you can test or falsify this claim is by physically measuring the surface, and geometry is how you do that. When we did that, and you can do it, it falsifies the radius, which means everything they told you about the Earth cannot be the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a look at the geometry of that later. Okay,
You
thanks for
agree that geometry is how you measure shapes.
Yeah, I think using geometry in this case is a valid method of saying what will happen and what is, well, yes.
Well, it's what we have to use, right? Because if the Earth's a sphere that's this size, you're making a shape claim with a size. The only way to test a shape claim size is by the measurement of shapes, which is defined as geometry. And it's simple. The sphere has to curve at a certain rate if it's a sphere with a certain size. So that's the most efficient way to test it. We tested it, bro. We have observations where the radius value would have to be over 250,000 miles. And they claim that it's 3,959 miles.
Did you post your methodology in the what was it in the videos in the section about some of the topics below?
Yeah, everything else we're talking about is in the sections below, and we can drop in the voice text the observation that showed the radius would have to be over 250,000 miles.
Oh, good. Thanks. I'll look at that later. Let me just write it down.
Don't want to drop the light. I never use commands or anything. I'm modded, but literally never use it.
A black swan.
What about modern technology like linear encoders?
I'm not familiar with those. What are they?
You don't know what they are?
I've not yet come across them in linear encoder.
Linear encoders is like a ruler, yeah. We use in mechatronics, yeah, for precision positioning and repeated motion, which you want to be happening between 2 points very precisely, yeah, like CNC machines, computer numerical commands controlled.
Continue.
Yeah. So there is a company manufacturing linear encoders. It is a band strip, yeah. And on these band strips, you have very, very thin lines, yeah. Just like on a ruler, you have those millimeters or inches gradations, you know, and at equal distance. But this band strips has these lines like a few picometers in thickness and a few picometers apart from each other, but symmetrically apart from each other because it's a ruler, you know. And they are laser engraved. So when you look at it, it does look like the surface of a CD. You can see it looks like a rainbow, you know. It refracts light.
Oh yeah. That's a very cool effect. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Now, there is a optical laser device, yeah, which shines a beam on that strip, yeah, and there is a sensor which counts all those strips, you know. And this way the machine can tell you precisely how far it has traveled, yeah, and it's coming back. Now, this linear encoder is 200 meters long, and its precision tolerance is 65 nanometers. So I send this machine moving in a straight line 200 meters far away. I give it command to come back, and I give then command to go back far away again uh, in the same location with a precision of 65 nanometers. As a physicist, I'm 100% sure that you are very well aware how much is 1 nanometer.
Yeah, it's not a very small amount. Very small. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
impressive.
65 nanometers is a high grade precision. This kind of small size, we use it in computer microchips, like many computer microchips and smartphones. Inside their chips, they have technology of 60 nanometers. Yeah, 80, 120. Like before 2010, vast majority of computers were above 100 nanometers. So those cables, those wirings inside between the transistors and stuff, they were 100 nanometers in thickness. We're talking very small sizes. And you see, according to the Earth's ball radius, 3,959 miles, yeah? When you convert that to metric units, in 100 meters, yeah, you are supposed to have about 7.8 millimeters curvature drop, according to the overall globe curvature. Now, now this is not really a problem for us, which I mean, we can build flat surfaces because that's what these people actually did at Airbus. They built a very big building, 200 meters long, and the floor is perfect flat from one end to another. It's a plane, very precisely measured. So they installed this 3D printing machine, yeah, which is laying carbon fiber, and it's printing large structures of carbon fiber for aerospace industry. And the precision grade in printing those carbon fiber structures, they are laying down micron size carbon fiber, yeah, and align it in all their chosen patterns, yeah, so they achieve the best structural resistance according to the way you are laying those fibers. Now, this machine, when it's moving from one end to the other, 200 meters, yeah, the down vector on the ball is not parallel between two locations, correct?
Yes, but this is a small part.
Well, we have included. We have included, like in 100 meters, there is 7.8 millimeters drop. But with our engineering, we built that flat surface. Now, at the start location, of the machine, yeah? We align this machine, yeah, with the down vector to be perpendicular, yeah? And it's moving across a flat surface, perfectly straight. And when it's reaching at the other end, after 200 meters, are you trying to say to me that that machine will not be affected by the tilted down vector?
The machine calibrates how many times during its movement? Only once or continuously?
Well, they use actually that encoder, you know, which the machine uses to measure the distance it's traveling. They use that encoder. At both ends, they place two plumb tools, yeah, plumb lines. They hang them from the ceiling, yeah,
right,
with a very thin wire, yeah, at both ends, and they are measuring the distance at the bottom, yeah, and at the top. And this way, they form a perfect rectangle, yeah. So now they know exactly when this machine is tilting or not. And guess what? They found not they didn't found they weren't searching, but the way they installed this machine, those plumb tools they were found to be perfectly parallel with 65 nanometers precision in 200 meters. So if there were any change in the angle of the down vector, you would have noticed it in those plumb tools. You will see that they are not parallel. But in building this machine, they use those plumb tools because they are perfectly parallel to each other. So the down vector in location A is parallel with the down vector in location B.
Yes. So yeah. Right.
So how does this work on the ball?
Well, do you first let's can I ask what is the precision of those? Yeah. So you could measure any the difference that is beyond those 65 nanometers of accuracy.
Well, when you travel 200 meters, yeah, your margin of error positioning is 65 nanometers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you are 10 nanometers further or closer, you know.
Yes, because the thing
Those
is,
65 nanometers, you split them by 2, yeah, divide them by 2, yeah, 32.5, yeah, and that is how much that machine will travel uh, further or lesser, 65 nanometers, which if we are measuring the curvature of 7.8 millimeters, yeah, with 65 nanometer precision grade, I think you have no clue what you're talking about. How many nanometers are in 7.8 millimeters?
sorry, how
You
many
can
millimeters?
measure it very, very precisely.
Yes, yeah. I believe you what you saw.
Yeah. So.
Well, just let me get this straight. So to check if I got it all correctly. In this room, in this hangar, you have a perfectly flat manufactured surface within that precision. Yes, and to measure how the let's say if you have something that's standing on top of this plane, you want to measure what is the angle towards it. Like, is it perfectly 90 degrees above it, or is it at a slant? I assume you have something like that, right?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Sorry. You mentioned that you use those two weights on a string to check
Yeah, the
the
plumb
yeah,
tools.
yeah.
Plumb tools, yes.
Yeah, and then you compare I think it's your printing head to these two calibration devices to see
Yeah.
if it's still pointing down perfectly, right?
Well, you see, the machine is moving perpendicularly with the surface of that building, you know, because that building surface is perfect flat. It's built engineered like that. But at the start location, you have the machine calibrated with the downward vector. Yeah, so it stays perpendicular, and the downward vector is also perpendicular with the machine. Now, if the Earth was a globe, when this machine is traveling 200 meters, yeah, on a flat surface, yeah, it's not curved, yeah.
Let's say you
At
do
the
not
at the
measure any.
end of that location, because your surface is a straight flat, yeah. At the end of that location, your downward vector will be inclined.
By how
So
much?
the machine will feel like it will be tilted, you know, because it will not be perpendicular with the machine anymore. Because you're moving the machine on a flat surface built on the surface of a sphere, artificially built on the surface of a sphere. And when you have a flat surface on the surface of a sphere, yeah, you can actually choose. Let's say we build a flat circle, like a disk, yeah. So we have a radius of 100 meters of a flat surface circle, and we choose that downward vector, which is uh, perpendicular with that surface, will be in the center of that circle. And now, when you move,
Can I interrupt?
yeah, sure, go ahead.
Before I got on the train, and we were talking about geometry or possibly the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Is all of this conversation in response to maybe a measurement or something he saw, and now he's trying to figure out, like, what laser was used, or like what is that what's going on?
No, no, no. I was telling
What are
him about.
you talking about?
Well, I didn't get to even tell you. You asked me, and then you asked me what the hell I'm talking about.
Okay, why did you change
Never
the
mind.
subject? I'm trying to figure out what was the reason for the topic shift, or am I wrong? And are you like, how did it get here? Because I
No, I
heard you
didn't
talking
say you
about
were
it. I
wrong.
heard you talking
I
about it
was.
in Midtown,
Yeah.
right? I had to ride underground, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna bust his chops because let's see what happens. So here I am 15, 20 minutes later asking you, how is it relevant to the conversation that was being had before I got on the train? And you're telling me it's not. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm talking about that curvature, non existing curvature. and divergent downwards vectors, which
So,
are
so he's
has
seen
to
a
be
measurement.
present on the ball.
So
Yeah,
he's seen
I
a
told
measurement.
him about. I told him that this machine is actually doing a very precise measurement between two plumb tools, and they found them that they are perfectly parallel. Yeah, in 200 meters distance with a 65 nanometers precision grade.
Okay. Well, I apologize.
Yeah, and this would be impossible on a sphere with the down vector converging to the center of that ball. No down vector on a sphere can be parallel with a different down vector from a different position on the surface of that sphere.
Yeah,
That would be like saying you can have a sphere with two parallel radiuses.
Yes, that's a very good question, a very good example of something that can well say which model. Okay, it can very well test the assumption that we have on Earth. Yeah, that's a very good question, a very good model.
Yeah, it's either is there a variation in is there a variation in what would be the proper word? Is there a like an elevation change or an altitude change from the point of the observer or the plumb to the next plumb? Like there has to be a change.
No, there is no elevation. Like the surface of that machine, the floor is made perfectly flat and level. So wherever you put a level in that
I
building,
mean the
the bubble
elevation
will
as
point.
in,
Yeah.
I mean the elevation as in the theoretical, like the 8 inches per mile squared. Like from you, the ground would have to be descending away from you on any on any point of the globe. So it's like for them to be perfectly 90 degrees and parallel to one another, that's impossible on a curving surface. That's not possible. It's not even about shape at that point. It's about whether or not it's the sphere or not.
But the interesting thing is that he mentioned that the surface is made to be flat, and those 200 meters are flat, right?
Yes, yes.
So, so there's not much. Well, yeah. So the thing is, on a
There is
globe,
zero curvature.
yes, on that plane there will be zero change in elevation. I'm saying very well flat. And you are right. If this was a globe Earth model, would predict that two vectors, those two plumbs, there will be an angle between them.
Yes.
Now, this is the $1 million question: is could we measure this difference?
Well,
you mentioned that you have like those.
Can measure. You see, when I said this linear encoder is the instrument that actually tells you, the distance when you travel 100 meters,
Yes.
and it tells you went in a straight line or curved line.
Yes, and so the way to a very simple experiment. Let's say I'm going to calculate how much difference how different the angle between those two plumb should be, assuming perfect assuming that the arrows do point to a center and are not offset by, say, a local mountain or a lake. And then I'll come back with an answer, and we'll see what's the answer. Is it below or above your detection limit? That seems like a good experiment, right?
Yeah. I mean, for 100 meters, the arc curvature should be 7.8 millimeters. So this means that between these two radiuses, you have an angle, which that angle we must be able to measure it. That angle cannot be parallel lines. You can't have an angle between parallel lines.
Yes, you're right. Perfectly.
Yeah. This is
so.
the problem. Yeah.
Did you can you provide a link to your calculation that shows that the difference? I would love to look at it. If you
This
at hand or later.
one, I tell you honestly, I'm looking into building my own CNC machine. I was looking for linear encoders. I'm a flat earther. And I came across this company that's producing these linear encoders, and I started reading about them. And I saw that they supply Airbus with these linear encoders for their giant 3D printing machine, which are printing carbon fiber structures for the aerospace. And I went into looking how they calibrate that. I read how that 3D printer actually works. You can find it at Airbus. It's not like secret hidden technology or whatever.
Small question: are you confident and sure that this machine does not account for any possible for this difference? Let's say that the answer that it provides is the raw measurement and not some corrected fact number.
Yeah, it was about 1 month ago or 1.5. And to be honest, I didn't save this website, uh, which now I'm pretty sad about it. No, I should have saved it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if they let's say that they are in on it and that they want to still perpetuate this, the myth of the globe Earth, then it would be very easy to ask them: does the machine account for this, and how?
Well, they were saying, they were not saying about taking into account the Earth's curvature or anything like that. They were talking about installing and calibrating the machine. And they used plumb tools, to precisely position and also to verify the rail tracks, that they are correctly installed, perfectly straight. So when that machine is moving across inside this building, there is no deflection in the down vector or anything. This machine in no position in that building is not perpendicular with the down vector. And on a globe, if this was true, when you build such a big machine, when you move this machine, like 4 or 5 meters tall machine, printing head, and the down vector is tilting, this machine is heavy and will be bending, and it will change the angle which the printing head position will not be correct, precise.
Yes. Yeah, that's also a factor in this.
Yeah, and what I read there is that they built it on a perfect flat surface, a building with a flat floor inside, 200 meters long and about, I don't know, 20 or 40 meters, 20, 30. It's huge building. They have airplanes inside there. And Airbus, does build very big airplanes.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
That seems like something I can try and work out the specifics of the numbers.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back because it's frankly getting a bit late around here. So I thank you all for having me here, and I'll be back. Simply put, goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, I just noticed he had a mushroom cloud as his profile picture, his PFP. I don't know if I'm coming through on audio. I think he's trying to be an atomic physicist, is where he's eventually going to go. So, how many times has anybody gotten this question? It's a dismissal of flat Earth because we don't have a model. They seem to think we need a model when their own model is flawed on every level. How do they know what is at the core? They've never been there. As far as I know, they have like this dynamo filled with sodium, and they say this is what causes the electromagnetism on Earth. I thought the core was iron that was solid, not sodium. No, I was saying Brenda is a troll. I think it's one of these things to where she has tried so hard to convince flat earthers of the globe that everything that comes out of her mouth is asinine. I think she had said something like, depending on the positioning of the tripod, the plumb bob will be different, thus giving different vectors of gravity or some shit. That's the only thing I can think of. And that was before my time. I've never met her. I've never been to Gem Pandas or nothing. No, I think she was trying to explain the force of gravity and coined the term Brenda force. I'm not sure. Ask the citation police. He's the one that brought it up. Hey Yoda, how you doing? I see you got VC verification.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, what's good, bro?
Not much. So how's your day going?
No, it's pretty alright. I just got back from bowling.
Nice. Did you score high?
I scored like 100 flat, and then I got like 80. So like, not that high, but decent if you don't go often.
Yeah. Shoot, I think I would probably bowl an 80 right now. It's been years. But interesting thing about that bowling alley, right? You have a ball and pins, and you have a flat board that's kind of crowned in the middle, right?
Right.
Now, if it was flat, people would be getting strikes too often, so they have to arc it.
Mm-hmm.
But lawn bowling, you're going on just the dirt itself. So unless you level it, anyway. So, what do you think about the shape of the Earth? Do you think the Earth has a shape?
Oh, I think the Earth is flat.
All right. Well, so no shape attributed to flatness, right?
Right.
Right. Because it's a surface feature.
Right.
Yeah. Doesn't necessarily mean smooth.
No, definitely not.
All right, on. I just saw you in here the other day and you didn't say anything, I think yesterday. So I figured I'd talk to you and give you a chance to speak up and introduce yourself.
Wait, who's talking right now? Is it Joshua?
Yes, Joshua.
All right, just wondering. Yeah, so like, kind of like just my opinions on like, or kind of just like some thoughts I have. I feel like for all like the round earthers in here, like, I mean, like we're kind of like all like indoctrinated at like a young age to like believe like the objective fact or like ideology that the earth is round, right? And because we're taught it as like an objective truth, it's kind of like just like, oh, like the sea is blue, right? Because it's like such an objective truth, it kind of changes the question from the earth is round, what does this prove, instead of what proves the earth is round, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like that's why there's so many like discrepancies amongst like once you feel like further your research, right? Because under like a false pretense or false narrative.
Right. That's pretty much what it is. There's a myth in the land, and everybody accepts it for truth, just like back in the days of ancient Rome and all these other civilizations. The religion of the land is not necessarily the faith, you know? It's not necessarily what individuals believe, but it is what the hierarchy believes and puts forward as a method of control.
Right. And I completely agree. I saw like somewhere in this like Discord there was like a red pill like channel or something. And I feel like that analogy is like really applicable just because like kind of like we're all like brought up as blue pills, right? And like through like becoming an independent thinker, right? Like kind of like challenging the beliefs of like their authorities, we become red pilled, right? And you can't force someone to take the red pill. Like you can't tell someone like, yo, the earth is flat, bro, and then list like, you know, like some like counter arguments or like arguments to support that, right? You can't like overturn like 12, 15, how many of your years of like indoctrination, right? They have to like be willing to do it and do their own like research.
Exactly. And the older people get, the worse it is, right? Because they've been going under this presupposition for many years.
Right. Completely agree.
It's almost like they can't think outside of the box and entertain an idea just to see where it leads, right?
Right. And I don't think like believing that the earth is round is like inherently of itself like dangerous, but I think that what it represents is, which is pretty much like not like questioning like what you're told or like these like so-called like objective truths, right? It's like, I mean, like some people like equate to like being like a sheep or a follower, and that in of itself is dangerous, right? Because like I don't want to be that guy who like makes the comparison to like Nazi Germany, but that's essentially what it is, right? Like you're like brought up on the like it can be like super dangerous under the wrong like pretense, right?
Yeah. In fact, the weird thing is, you know, like what was the one thing that really convinced you, right? Like, because with me, it was using water levels and leveling the foundation of a house and not understanding how that process is. But yet, the guy that I was working with, the foreman, he knew exactly how it worked, and he didn't want to tell me what he knew, right? He just kept saying, "Yeah, it's the thing. That's how it works. We don't know." You know,
right?
Until like I kept asking him, I go, "But wait a minute, you know," because I'm sitting here swimming in the river and I see, you know, the water's pretty flat when I have my nose in the water, right? To where my eyes are just barely above the water. There's a dead calm and I see birds like skimming over the surface of it without like, you know, breaking their necks because they're skipping water off their beaks, you know? I mean, so that right there, I'm just like, so does that mean the world is flat? He says, maybe. So it's just one of those things to where I think he's had experience in it, and he just doesn't want to come forward as a flat earther because, well, he's a construction worker. He's just going to do what he has to make sure the structures are built and squared, so
Right.
that he doesn't have to come back and fix it.
And it's hard to like publicly say like you're a flat earther, right? Because it's like so stigmatized.
Exactly.
Yeah, no. So like what's like kind of started me to like dig a little deeper is so I was arguing this like there's this kid in my like freshman year of high school, and he was saying like he was essentially a flat earther, right? And I had an argument with him, but like most of the people who like are brought up on like the objective truth that Earth is round, like the moment you get in an argument, you realize like, oh fuck, like why is the Earth round? Like I don't know, like, and so that is what like kind of incentivized me to dig deeper, and like I found like discrepancies like fish lens is like what causes like the curvature of like photos and shit, and like all this like information.
Yeah, I have a fisheye lens, and I play with it all the time. It's pretty nice. It comes in handy when you're in a mine in a low light environment, and you have basically a flashlight as a point of light. With the fisheye lens, you're able to catch more of like the walls and the ground and all that than normally, because it's point of aim instead of bringing in a wider field and coalescing it onto a single chip. Yeah. But I urge everyone to try to purchase one of these cheap, I think $17 is how much this one was, and it came with a macro lens and a wide angle lens, and it just clips onto your cell phone.
Wait, hold on. I have to go real quick. I'll be back in a sec.
All right. But I'm just saying the reason for the fisheye lens is so we can debunk the curvature of the Earth, even at ground level, say 4 foot. You can see the curvature of the Earth if you have the phone positioned in the way that the ISS would have their camera positioned, Doesn't mean that it's there. It just means that the optic is bending the image.
That is correct, Joshua. That guy doesn't sound like Yoda, though. I'm disappointed.
Right. I'm just trying to fill the dead air, guys. So if anybody has anything else to talk about.
Earth, it is flat. The hell Yoda says it, I don't know. How would Yoda say that?
Flat the Earth is. Mm-hmm.
Flat the Earth is, yes. There you
go. Bending it is not. It is your mind that is bending. Oh, man.
What you have learned, unlearn you must.
You must learn to trust the force of gravity. No, that's the dark side. Sorry. Yeah, George Lucas certainly did a lot to create the modern mythos. Or George Lucas. My bad. What did I say?
It started in the 60s on TV. They got us lost in space, and he got us completely lost in space then, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. And they got everybody rooting for the terrorists without even realizing it. I mean, it's a neat story, but that's all it is. It's a fantasy story. It's like I was watching, I was looking on my Kodi for like new TV shows, and it's all Star Wars, right? And I guess the newest one is the Chronicles of Boba Fett. First, like, episode has him crawling out of that worm that he got eaten in, whatever fucking one that was, where Han Solo like knocked him into the pit. Empire Strikes Back or some shit. I can't remember. And I'm just like, yeah, right. He would have been digested.
I've seen all those movies. I can't remember who Boba Fett is, though. It's been
The
too
bounty
long.
hunter.
Okay, yeah.
The one with the helmet.
He was like Han Solo's rival.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was always trying to get that bounty on him. As a cowboy. Space cowboy. Oh, yeah, that's another one. Cowboy Bebop, you know? Capturing the minds of youth through flashy graphics, cartoons, fun sounds, and jingles. It's like that Mobile. Now, see, when I was growing up, we had He-Man and Masters of the Universe and stuff like that.
I think the next big space movie is Tom Cruise. I don't know the name of it. It's supposed to be coming out this summer, I think.
He-Man?
Space movie.
Isn't that what it's called, the space movie?
I don't know. I haven't heard the title. I just heard he was going to be in one.
Yeah, how much you want to bet they're going to drop that film on Earth Day or the day after Earth Day, the so-called Flat Earth Day? Because the second level film is dropping.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if they have it ready already in the can and everything. But it might still be shooting. I don't know. So we
Don't
lose
people
you.
realize?
You said he'd be right back. But go ahead.
Well, don't people realize that Tom Cruise is a Scientologist who believes in an alien god? Come on. You can't make this up.
I recently found out one of the doctors or chiropractors I've been following for years was a Scientologist. And I'm like,
really?
Man, I'll post the channel. So his son came out and said that this is this guy, and I'm sure you all know him, and I'm his son, and he's a Scientologist, and the reason I know that is because I'm his son. And then it's like, okay, that doesn't negate like all the other helpful shit like he's putting on the internet, but I still respect his right to say it,
Yeah.
So
But
don't
yeah,
tell
Tom
me, Hank,
Cruise,
you let a
aliens.
Scientologist crack your back. You didn't do that, did you?
No, it's a YouTuber. He's a YouTuber.
Oh, okay.
I'll post it.
I
I'll
thought
post
you
it.
meant like a personal chiropractor. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's some dude on the internet, and the stuff that he's talking about. Like I've looked into it and checked it out. Makes sense. Not the Scientology part. He doesn't talk about Scientology on his channel. He only talks about the medical stuff. Just to be clear.
I thought we lost you to Scientology there for a second, Hank. Thank God.
Well, we'll post this so you guys can start analyzing yourself and everybody else.
Yeah, too bad vitamin C does nothing without magnesium copper. It's like a synergy. It works better with those. And I think it actually, too much vitamin C can deplete copper levels. So that's why I just drink orange juice.
Yeah, I've heard of people taking thousands and thousands of milligrams vitamin C just for no reason, trying to boost their immune system and stuff like that.
But it actually does damage.
Right. Any idea what the
It's an
copper?
acid.
No, the copper. You were talking about copper.
That's so cool.
Yeah, the copper.
When you deplete copper, any idea what you would notice?
You would not necessarily. I don't know what you would notice, but I know that you need copper in order for the uptake. Like the copper actually gets consumed in the uptake of vitamin C, and I think in the liver it requires magnesium to metabolize.
So it's more like a kind of a requirement of absorption or something like that.
Yeah, usually people don't have a problem with that because they eat salads and stuff. Green leafy vegetables, organ meats, we don't really eat too much anymore, but that's full of copper. Chocolate's good for you too. It's full of copper and magnesium. Dark chocolate, not milk chocolate.
Yeah.
Cacao.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's people that get a bit of a high on cacao in whatever form, more raw of a form.
Oh yeah, the raw cacao nibs. They're purple inside before they're roasted. I got a buddy who frequents Mexico. He's got a hacienda down there. And he decided to start growing cacao. So he's got like 6 different varieties of cacao. And they all have different properties. One, like they're all full of antioxidants. So he's just naturopath type thing.
I don't think I've ever seen even the plants. Let me look that up. Oh wow, these are colorful and large. Interesting.
The other guy's got one video on there how vitamin D affects every organ and every tissue.
Vitamin D?
Yeah, that's one of his videos, the Scientologist guy that I guess now that I know he's a Scientologist, I want to watch him a little closer.
Oh yeah, okay.
Is it possible to be a flat earther and a Scientologist at the same time?
No, I don't think so.
Everyone's a flat earther.
I don't think so because it's a space religion, right? Just like the globe religion.
You're right.
Oh yeah.
Sasha, you're not a globalist, right? How much longer you got? You got another week?
You know what's crazy?
Wait, did you ask it from
The globe, the space religion, is like the globe. It's really a space religion because they never talk about the dimensions of the geometric shape that they're claiming it to be. They talk about all this space stuff that wouldn't work if it wasn't a sphere. Well, duh.
And you have to be an expert to talk about it. So you're even what's that word? Shoot. What do you when you withhold information on purpose?
A liar.
Gatekeeper. Liar.
A gatekeeper, a liar. Right, because there's 3 ways to lie, right? Lie is the outright lie. So you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the 3 lies. The lie by omission, the lie by addition, and the outright lie. And of course, I guess you have to have intent behind it for it to be a lie. If they don't know or they haven't put it together, like, oh, that's why they're passing these draconian laws so that they can make money. Like, you have to realize that what they're doing and then hold the information. Trying to make the monies. Gotta get more monies.
You saying people would lie for money, Hank? Oh, come on, man.
I know, what a whopper of a conspiracy theory, huh?
Were you guys all exposed to the clothes? Maybe it's not the. I think it's just clothes make the man. It's some kind of short story. Is that ring a bell for anybody? The clothes make the man.
I remember that as a George Michael song, but go ahead.
I think it was maybe 10th grade, high school. And it's basically just like a story
What
about
if
a.
we?
What was it? What were you saying?
No, I was just gonna say that what if we interpreted that saying wrongly? But that's not really nobody really. I don't think I read that book. No.
Pretty much just came down to whether or not what you wear changes your behavior and attitude, I guess.
I think it's a little bit of that and
Especially uniforms,
a little
right?
bit
We should
of
leave that out. Uniforms.
expectations. Yeah, so I think it's the expectations of others that really shape, I guess, how you act when you're wearing certain things.
That makes sense.
I guess after you're successful a few times, it becomes your. Well, okay, maybe I said that backwards because I'm kind of making it up as I go. But you guys tell me if it sounds like something or nothing. So you kind of build an expectation after you've worn the right thing a few times, and people treat you a certain way. And there is like me being a Gemini. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but typically like the way I dress and the way I dress, it really does change how it's almost like it changes my personality in a sense. In a sense.
I'm sure a lot of you guys will be able to fill me in, actually, but for some reason, it's like one of those synchronicities. Like, it's just one of these phrases that keep popping up, but I've been hearing about the king's new clothing a lot. Where does that actually, is that biblical? The king's new clothing? And where does that come from? What's the verse that's about?
I don't know.
I don't think it's
You're not talking
biblical. The
about
king has no
emperor's new
clothes.
clothes.
It's something else. Emperor has no clothes.
I don't know. Whatever it is, I keep hearing the king's new clothing. It keeps on popping up in different fucking places that are unrelated. I'm just like catching on to this pattern. I'm like, what is this about the king's clothing? And you were just talking
Okay,
about
so it was like
new clothing.
it goes. I'm sorry, you're asking him. I apologize.
Oh no, I'm just saying, yeah. Like the new
Okay, I'll
clothing
explain it.
was being talked
The
about, yeah.
emperor,
Like,
the emperor has no clothes. You never heard that before. So,
no, I've heard a little bit of. I think I just don't remember the story. You know, like I think I've heard it before, but
okay, so the emperor, he had so much power that his people would just kind of go along with
So,
whatever he did.
what he's doing
And
is he's misinterpreting the idea of clean food from non-clean food, and he's misequivocating the context of what that actually is.
Wait,
So by
what's
him
going on
doing
here?
that, it's like effectively. 1 second, I'm nearly finished. It's like so by him doing that, he's just not realizing what he's doing. So one equals
Did you
one.
switch rooms, Crack?
Hmm?
Dave, Dave, sorry. Hank
What?
was in the middle of saying something, and then
Why am I
you
even
started
in here?
talking. But
Why am I
That's a
even
good
in
that's
this
what
fucking
I'm
room?
question,
saying.
bro.
That's what I'm saying. Discord is like changing channels. I don't know what the hell's
I
going on.
didn't. Sorry, guys. I was in chill text in the middle of a conversation. Sorry.
Somebody moved you.
Yeah, I'm about
No,
to look.
because I was
Nah.
thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I think it's the best.
It was Battle Mod. Battle Mod moved me here.
Somebody moved you mid sentence. What happened to you?
Battle Mod moved me here. Moved one
You go back
user
to
to
BattleBot
mostly.
and you start bitching in his ear about this.
No, can't be bothered.
He
Yeah,
said no.
go.
Stay here, hang with us, man.
Why am I even
It's
here?
much more chill.
That's great.
Sorry, guys.
Anyway, I was about to get an explanation about the king's clothing and all that. Like, what was that story again?
So the short of it, he went to, his kingdom. He went to his people and convinced them that he was wearing the most beautiful clothing, right? And everybody was going along with it because they didn't want to get their head chopped off until finally he goes outside in public and everybody was like, "Oh, his clothes are beautiful," and a child says, "The emperor has no clothes," and everybody
Oh,
at
okay.
that moment realized that he
He's
had no
transparent.
clothes.
He's transparent. We can all see. He doesn't know that we can all see. Like that's kind
Right.
of the moral of the story. Like, all right,
Right.
so
So
why
that
does this
was what
keep popping up
FaceTime is
in
about.
different unrelated
So
places? Is what I need to connect those dots, right? Like, it's just it keeps popping up.
Not
I've heard it a couple times in
really.
music. I've
It's a
heard it in
popular. Yeah, it's a popular term. It's been used frequently throughout my life. So I don't think there's anything weird. Maybe you're just now paying attention to.
Well, no. I understand. It's just it's me picking up on it. But like, is that? I'm just saying. Like, I've noticed plenty
It's
of
a very popular.
synchronicities before in life, and it's not that it was new. It's just that it was relevant at the time, and that's what kind of like when you're reading the Bible and you're like, you're feeling a certain way. You read a certain verse, and you're like, wow, this verse really freaking hits right now, But like you might come at it with a different attitude and you read it a different way. And I kind of feel like life kind of throws these things at you that way too. Like these common sayings and shit like that go around. Like if they keep popping up, like, it's like there's some message that they're trying to send to you. Like, hey, you need to understand this whole king's clothing thing.
Could be.
I
That's
relate
what
it
the
with
globe is. It's like
yeah.
the kid comes out and says, "But Dad, Mom, Professor, Pastor, the horizon is flat."
Well, often when I keep hearing often what I've noticed with the king's new clothing, where I've been picking up on it more, it has to do with like this change in um, social structure, basically. Like, uh, we almost like we have a new king. Like, the new clothing of the king. The king didn't really change, but like we're moving into this total technocratic world. And this is their new clothing, and you can see right through it. But that's where we're fucking moving. They've driven societies all around the world, like every country, through religion for as long as we know. They're moving. And you guys know about like the whole idea of one world religion and all that shit for the new world order and all that stuff. So I mean, yeah, I think that's kind of like what it's talking about is the king's new clothing, the new world order, basically. That's the way I've been seeing it recently. Anyway.
So, would you say like the globe in space is the king's clothing or part of it? The emperor's
Yeah,
clothes.
yeah, that's definitely part of it. Uh, I'm almost thinking of the clothing, like a giant robe, like a veil over all of the people who he rules over.
It's like part of the grand illusion, right?
So, if you think about like, if I were to go out publicly and I was famous and I were to announce that, hey, wasn't it NASA that gave us the weapons of mass destruction? And didn't all those children die because of their actions? Like, that would be me, the little kid, calling out, the emperor has no clothes. Or, if you think about how I started like attacking like, gravity and their idea of space time, right?
Every time we attack their legs, every time the footing that they stand on, when we attack their basis of all of their pseudosciences that they have up above, and we say, "Oh, hold on, you can't move one step more forward." We say, "Like, hold on, I see through this bullshit. We need give me empirical evidence. Show me." Like that's kind of seeing through the king's clothing. That's I don't know.
So then I started attacking space time and dark matter, right? Because that's the emperor's new clothes. The dark matter was because it fixed it was a patch for the gravity thing, just to make people go dark matter. Well, I don't know what that is. Well, it doesn't interact with light. Okay, well that's the new fabric of the universe, right? It doesn't interact with light. It's the emperor's new clothes.
Well, then, so my question was then, where does that story come from? Because you said it wasn't biblical. Where does that story come from?
Oh, I forgot. It's probably philosophy, 1500s Europe, I think.
I want to know who said it and when.
Yeah, I'm probably wrong. I don't remember.
I'm sure I could look it up. I'm not asking you to go do that for me, but if anybody knew.
I vaguely remember. I think Hank's generally right.
Yep, sorry. Here we go.
Load, Sonny.
1953. A folk tale written by Danish author Hans Christian Andersen about a vain emperor gets exposed before his subject. The tale's been translated in over 100 languages. Here we go. It was first published with The Little Mermaid in Copenhagen by C.A. Reitzel on 7 April 1837. And as the third and final installment of Andersen's fairy tales told for children, the tale has been adapted to various media. And the
Oh man, do we have to look into this? Do we have to look into Little Mermaid for more clues? Like,
the phrase "the emperor has no clothes" and variations thereof have been adopted for use in numerous other works and as an idiom. From Wikipedia.
So what year was it written down?
It was published in 1837. Here's the wait a minute. Here's the link. Sorry about that.
So it's floating around before
I just closed it. Yeah. Here we go. That's probably a deep rabbit hole to go investigate. Oh my gosh. All right. Here's the link. I just looked up the Wikipedia. I didn't actually know either. I thought it was a fable though. You know how you have Aesop's fables and things like that? I thought it was one of those.
that. Probably was, It just got written down and published in the 1800s, but like I said, it was floating around before that.
Let's see, what else did he do? Andersen fairy tales. He made 156 stories across 9 volumes and translated into more than 125 languages, culturally embedded in the West collective consciousness.
Yeah, like why do stories like that take off? Especially considering what it took to spread a book or a scroll or whatever it was. Going back in history, but before we had railroads, what it took.
Yeah, here's what else he wrote. So he wrote, the famous fairy tales include Emperor's New Clothes, The Little Mermaid, The Nightingale, The Steadfast Tin Soldier, The Red Shoes, The Princess and the Pea, The Snow Queen, and The Ugly Duckling, The Little Match Girl, and Thumbelina. So I bet there's some things to be gleaned from those stories. I don't know. Just saying. Could be.
The ugly duckling turns into a swan.
What if the Little Mermaid was topless?
What if?
Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. That's pretty cool. Hold on. When I look at this, here's this other story. It goes, first installment of 61.
Is Sonny just low for me, or is it everybody else?
No, he's been super quiet all day long.
I'm still quiet. I'm probably not close enough.
Yeah.
How's that?
There you go. You're good now. Now
I
go
have to
ahead.
turn it up then. Okay. It's probably just too far away. It's a cardioid mic, so I probably need to be in line with it. There, how's that? It's in the blue here. Better check it in Discord.
Loud and clear, Sonny. Continue.
Okay, so here we go. So, look, if you go in this article with Hans Christian Andersen, here's a couple different things. The Tinderbox was one of the stories from May 8th, 1835 of the series. So the Tinderbox is a literary fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen about a soldier who acquires a magic tinderbox capable of summoning 3 powerful dogs to do his bidding. When the soldier has one of the dogs transport a sleeping princess to his room, he is sentenced, and you'll have to read the rest. So little blips about Little Claus and Big Claus is a literary fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen, our boy, published in Danish in 1835 in the first installment of his booklet Fairy Tale Told for Children First Collection. So I don't know what that story's about. Thumbelina is a fairy tale by same guy, first published by Reitzel on 16 December 1835 in Copenhagen, Denmark, with a Naughty Boy and the Traveling Companion in the second installment. Tom Thumb. Let's see. Thumbelina was completely Andersen's creation, although inspired by Tom Thumb and other stories of miniature people. Yeah, the miniature people. That's probably us, folks. That's my personal opinion. I won't go on because that's kind of boring.
I would bet that Hans Christian Andersen was a flat earther. No way to prove it.
If you think about all these stories and folklore and mermaids and the Irish got the leprechauns and all these different things, like, how bad does it suck that we don't get to hear that shit from Russia because they were going through a communist takeover for like half a century or longer, who knows, right? So imagine if that shit were to happen to us, then all of our literature and all of our artwork just fucking burned. Oh wait, that's what they're doing right now. They're censoring people. Fucking assholes.
Yeah.
You don't have to burn it these days. You just hit delete key, right?
Sorry, Dave.
I was just saying you don't have to burn it these days. You just got to hit delete and it's gone.
All I have to do is pull the plug after that, and bye bye.
Those are book rules, Hank. Like we're in the age of digital technology, and these are unsailed seas, unprecedented events. Like there's no such thing as censorship like this. So for them, they're not breaking any rules. These are outdated rules that apply to books. We're online, and all of the forums we're on are owned by tech giants, and they get to decide what they want to show on their own, platforms. It's not the government doing it; it's the businesses. They're able to censor. They're able to I don't know, hold what is the right word? Anyway, like when you're a private company or a private person, you have like all kinds of like shit that you're allowed to do because it's part of like being an individual. Individual freedom is out the window though. That's this new world order. No more individual freedom. It's always going to be about the greater good. And who decides the greater good? Well, right now it's looking like those who run technology, the technocrats. They determine what's right and what's wrong. They've got the most influence and power when it comes to in our governments in Washington or wherever else. The New World Order is subservient to, obviously, it should be obvious anyway, to the corporations, not to any government, what we call government. The government's subservient to them. They create the tools that are going to enable them to better control society across the world, across the plane. And then they institute the change needed to make it happen. When it comes to technology, necessity is not the mother of invention. I mean, unless your necessity is the need to control every man, woman, and child on Earth.
Look, I'm not all about invading people's private rights. If you own a publishing company, then it's a publishing company, right? You can publish whatever you want or not publish whatever you want. But these, social media things, they're more like public forums than publishing companies because we're not getting paid to, get the scoop, right, and bring them, whatever it is they're going to publish, right? Like whatever we'll cook for dinner or whatever, my selfie or what my new haircut looks like, right? So it's really a public forum, I think.
Well,
It's like a sidewalk.
I would agree with you, but they don't see it that way. You're still allowed to go down to the street corner and freaking hand out flyers and wear a sandwich board, and you're allowed to do that. You still have the public forum, like the real public forum, the one that matters a lot more. But the one that apparently, well, it doesn't matter more when it comes to swaying public opinion, where most people aren't out on the street, especially when you're telling people to social distance and everything else. Yeah, now you're people are going to get all of their information through the filter of the internet and its, conglomerates that are within it. But no, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, that's the new public forum. But again, how I started with this little rant, it was about, these are like unprecedented times that they like to tell us. These are like the laws that were written didn't think ahead for the technology that we have now. And so when they create new technology, there are no laws stopping them in many cases from using it.
So, did you hear about the guy who goes around from town to town and he stands in a public easement and he holds a sign that says, God bless the homeless vets? And he got arrested. And the cop, they had the internal investigation and they recorded it, which wasn't very wise. um, and you can find, if you want to know more about this, you can find it on that guy's channel, High Impact Flicks, but he changed the name. He got a new channel. It's now called Here's the Deal. Anyway, they arrested the homeless vet guy, and the cops were like, yeah, this guy targeted us, and he set us up to make a mistake, and we're not going to let that happen again. It's like, wait a minute. How did that video go? Wait, you guys targeted him and then violated his rights, and then after you punched him in the face and bloodied his nose, now you're making this video like, oh gosh, my nose really hurts. That guy hit us really hard. Like, it's so crazy to think about it from like that point of view, because you can look at it from the kid's point of view, like, oh, the guy shouldn't have been, shouldn't have had that sign. He looks like he's accepting donations, which is probably illegal, and the cops, have every right to arrest that guy. It's like, no, he was holding a sign with speech on it. That's it. And the cops came and kidnapped him and put him in a cage, and then said it was his fault.
Yeah, no, and yeah, they do that type of stuff, but often with these stories, there's a portion that's being left out, being omitted. Like the person might have been I'm not saying that they weren't within their rights to be, but they might have been very aggressive or ornery, or like trying to antagonize something with the cops. That happens really often, but it doesn't mean that they're not within their rights to do so. But
There used to be about 6 shootings by cops in this city alone of homeless, unarmed people. There was a rash of them. There was almost one every week. And they're all the time. They slowed down because it got attention. They love
So,
shooting homeless,
can you guys
unarmed people.
name
They love it.
a situation where a cop had a situation, how the situation is better? I mean, sure, if there's a body, right, you can't touch it, but wouldn't you call the morgue? When they get Yeah, I'm just saying that there's more than one emperor. These secret kings are all over the place.
Mic check. Mic check.
A little rough around the edges, but yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, is that Helio?
No,
Oh, Hank.
it's the other one.
Hank. I was just having a thought. One day, parents gonna say to a kid, one day people claim that they went to outer space and they called themselves astronauts and stuff, and the kid's gonna be like, did they put them in any institution? And the parents gonna be like, no, they actually paid them and promoted them.
And everybody thought it was actually real.
Yeah.
No, they didn't put them in an institution per se, but they did give them all IMDb profiles, which is movie database.
Yeah, and SAG IDs.
Yeah, the SAGs. Yeah.
Nice job. Hollywood stars, acternauts.
Yeah, why do astronauts have Hollywood stars? I mean, we already know why Trump has a Hollywood star, because he was in a couple of movies and he had a hit TV show. But why the fuck is Buzz Aldrin on the Hollywood Walk of Fame?
Yeah, and what was it? The whole entire Apollo 11 crew is named on their own, or was it Apollo? I forget which one.
Yeah, it wasn't. Here's the thing: it wasn't Apollo ELEVEN. It was Apollo II, which is Roman numerals for the second giant Apollo. Can't make this shit up. They even said the giant Apollo has returned during the ticker tape parade.
That crazy stuff, huh? Amazing.
Yep.
So
can't make this shit.
What is the giant Apollo? What does that mean?
I don't know. I think it was technological giant feat or something like that. All I know was on, I can't remember where it was. They were walking into New York with the parade, or not walking, they were cruising around in New York. There was a bunch of ticker tape coming down and a big banner across the buildings.
What's up?
They were telling them as heroes.
I saw them prepping the lunar lander because there's, I guess, the 50th anniversary is coming up or something. And I saw that thing and I'm thinking, how the hell could that carry food and water and all that crap? And it's so friggin' small.
And the rover, that's almost larger than the lander itself.
Oh boy.
Anybody believes that? Like when someone comes in here and goes, well, I shouldn't be like this, but I will for a second. They're like, you guys don't believe the moon landings? Anybody, that is very suspicious to me, because I don't see that anyhow any sane adult individual could believe any of that hogwash. And I'm a boomer.
John Thor had a freaking awesome clip before his channel got taken down, and it showed that thing being dropped out of the back of a military plane and plunging into the ocean.
Is anyone here a model specialist?
Yeah, I am. I used to make models when I was a child. Which one? Any of the World War
Perfect.
II, World War
You're exactly what I'm looking for.
It's
If
been
you don't
around.
mind to entertain me for just a second. Are there any three-dimensional objects with four corners other than a triangular pyramid?
Wow. Could you repeat that one more time, please?
Yes. Are there any 3D shapes or objects or whatever you will, right, that are not a triangular pyramid with four corners, including depth?
But you're not saying in nature. You're just saying, is there such a thing as this? Yeah. What about a trapezoid?
I may
Okay, so
misunderstood
does
the
a
question, but
trapezoid have
isn't
four corners in depth?
No doubt.
isn't
Yeah,
a
what about
square building there?
How about a
I
3D?
mean,
No. Stay with me. You're the model specialist, right? I asked you one more time. A triangular pyramid has four corners in depth, correct?
What? Say it again.
A triangular pyramid has 4 corners with depth, correct?
That's true.
Okay. Now, are there any others out there that have the same thing, or is that the only one? Because we know from the book of Revelations that the earth has 4 corners, right? And it has depth, correct?
Yes, but it's actually a geometry question. I'm not an expert in geometry as far as all the shapes and what's available.
Okay, I'll
There
keep
probably is
looking.
somebody here that does have that knowledge.
Yes, it's only the triangular pyramid.
Okay, Sasha 2.0. Thank you. Now, if the book of Revelations, which came from God Himself, correct, would indicate that the earth has 4 corners, and now through Sasha 2.0, we only have one model, right, that can fulfill that prophecy, and that model is a triangular pyramid. Now, I'm not saying that the earth is a filled upside down triangular pyramid. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that there's only one shape that exists in nature that can fulfill the prophecy of Revelation 7:1. That is all.
I
The
never heard
Bible
that take.
also says the earth has no shape. So, I mean, I don't know what you want to go with.
There might
The
be
earth
people
doesn't
that
have a
would
shape.
not.
That's correct because the earth is the dirt. The dirt's always moving, tectonic plates, shit like that, right? So, of course, it's formless, it's shapeless, it's always
Fucking
changing.
go to the goddamn thing.
Tectonic plates, you're going a little bit far there.
Well, I'm just saying that you can say that it doesn't have a shape, but it can still be something that's filled with earth, right? If earth is dirt, the shit that gets between your toes, right? If that's what earth is, then yes, it is shapeless because it's always evolving. Every time a Sasquatch takes a step in a jungle, right, that earth changed shape, right?
Well, the
Yeah,
Earth,
but that's not what it's talking
No.
about.
the
That's
Earth
just
is
as valid a
everything.
statement as your upside down triangle pyramid.
The Earth is all of existence. So it's how would all of existence have a shape?
Now, see, that's not what the definition of earth is based on my findings, right? My findings claim that the earth is the dirt that gets between your toes, right? So again,
Balls. You have the
now a lot
heavens
of
and the Earth.
people have convinced other people through lies and various brainwashing techniques like MK Ultra that model is the earth, right? Now obviously that's not the case because the earth is taking the form of the container, and if through the book of Revelations, which came from God, claim that there's only one shape that this container can take through geometry, right? Then it has to be
No.
included in the
No.
model. I'm not saying that an upside down pyramid filled
No,
with dirt is the model. I'm
no.
saying this shape must be included in some
Here's
way.
here's why not. Um, that you would need to know the entire extent of Earth. You don't have that.
Well, I have access to God, so I have the entire extent of the earth. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's
every time you ask,
inconclusive, and God also says no man will know
no man will know. That's what
salvation.
the
I
Lord
never
would say.
claimed to be a man.
And to be honest, to be fair, I don't know the scripture you were actually reading. I would have to read that on my own.
Revelation
The
7
bottom
1.
line, the bottom line is that's inconclusive. So
Yep, it
you
is.
can
Well, if you're not a man, what are you?
you can go off the Bible if you like, but when it comes to geometry, you know, before I make claims to things, I'd much rather count its size or measure.
Yeah, if you want to go there, fixed and firm in its foundations, you have usually foundations or like a building. You have, and 4 corners have been mentioned before. So yeah, how do you build a building? You have foundations. I'm not claiming any shape at all, but if you have
I
foundation,
mean,
that does
what
not
was the
sound like an upside
question?
down pyramid.
What was the question anyway?
The question
About four
was, were there
corners.
any model specialists in chat? That was the question.
And then what was the next question?
Who cares?
I told him
What
to
was the
like
next
models.
question?
Hey, let me
I
let me
told
help
him.
you guys. Let me help you guys out with this.
No,
Hey God,
I
hey
don't.
God.
I not yet. I just want to know what the
Okay.
next question was.
Here's you know you
Just
need
thought
to
you
know
want to
the
know who you're
answer.
talking
He
to.
asked me what model wasn't a model expert. I told him as a child I built all models of the airplanes, World War One, World War Two. He goes, great. Then he started asking
Relating
me,
to
what
the
is the most
only shape
perfect
with four
3D shape?
corners, what did he say
Yeah.
about that?
That's how he goes, what
That's
other shape besides a pyramid is 3D and has four corners? Am I
a
right?
cube. We-
Only a pyramid. So he's claiming an upside down pyramid. No, no one's going along with that. Ridiculous.
Well, a cube, unless I mean, because if you're talking about the top, that would be. I mean, what would you consider a corner?
That's what I'm
Does it
No,
have
saying.
to have?
a cube has 8 corners.
Listen to what I'm saying, because I wasn't done with the triangle. That's actually a pyramid. You would have the fifth angle at the top. That's another corner, unless you're only talking about 90 degrees.
Now, like I said, a triangular pyramid has 4 corners, 4
Five
vertices, correct?
corners. Five
No,
corners.
No,
a
it has five.
triangular
It has
pyramid has
five.
4. Do
It
I
has
need to
five
Google it
corners.
for you?
Five
PR.
corners.
PD. P drinking. It
It's
has
not called a
five
pyramid.
corners.
It's called a tetragrammaton or a
Pyramid has
tetrad.
five corners.
Okay, so a triangular pyramid is called what?
Tetrahedron. A tetrad.
Tetrahedron. Okay, thank you for that information. That's very valuable to me. Thank you.
And all that is 4 triangles arranged into a geometric shape or a what do they call it? It's Pythagorean solid, the first Pythagorean solid.
But the
Okay,
five
thank
corner
you.
thing that Elijah brought up is even more crucial.
Well, I don't know. I could be wrong. It says 4 sides when you Google it. I'm just thinking the top. I don't see why that can't be a fifth, but
He's not saying four
whatever.
sides though.
It's
He's
the
I
saying
don't know.
four
difference
corners.
between the base of the two different
Oh,
triangles.
you're
One
right.
base has
Yeah,
four
yeah,
corners,
yeah,
and the
yeah.
other
It's
base
not
has
4
four.
sides.
The
Yeah,
four
it's not 4
corners.
sides. It's
Yeah.
4 corners. That's correct. That's true. Yeah, like I said, 5.
Okay, so all I know is that from my findings today in my research, that only one geometric shape has 4 corners with depth that can be filled with earth.
Yeah,
Right?
and it's
That's what
not
I'm
a
saying.
pyramid.
The
We
three-sided pyramid.
just told you it has five corners.
No, it
What do
does
you
not
say
have
about that?
5 corners. A tetrahedron has 4 corners, correct?
Listen,
A
listen. You're
pyramid
talking
has
about
five corners.
the Pyramid of Giza, the big one, has like 8 sides, doesn't it?
Actually,
So
yeah.
I don't
Well,
understand what this guy's
But
trying to
he's using
correlate
Right.
here.
but
theoretical shape.
he said corners, but again, there's 5. Unless you're looking for a like a right triangle
Okay,
or
hold
right
on. I'm going to
angle.
go to live stream voice text for a second.
Yeah, it has five
Listen,
corners.
listen, listen, listen. This is very simple. I don't understand what's so complicated about this. I'm saying unless you're specifying that a corner is a right angle, it has 5.
What shape has 5?
A pyramid.
Well, there's more than one
Well, it
type of
depends on what
triangle.
the base of the pyramid is. It would need to be a
No, it
triangular
doesn't.
pyramid.
He said
No,
four
it
corners.
doesn't.
Yeah, if
Listen.
it was a square pyramid, it would have 5,
You
but
would
you're
have to
talking about
exclude
4.
anything but right triangles. And but right,
It's just a pyramid with a
90
triangle as
degree,
its
90
base
degree,
instead of a
90
square as its
degree
base.
corners.
Okay, so Hank Hill, I have DM'd you a couple pictures because I do not have image perms. Can you please put these in the live stream voice text for our friends?
Sure. Give me a
You're not
second.
getting
Thank
any
you.
either.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, just picture it from its base. Every
So
pyramid you're talking about.
I don't know if you heard what I said. Did you hear what I said? People are hard of.
no, it's
Oh,
cutting
can I
out.
go through?
It's cutting
No, I
out.
didn't say. I'm talking about what I said before.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So if you can direct your attention to live stream voice text.
Oh my God.
Here you can see the difference between a
Thank you.
square-based pyramid and a triangular pyramid.
No,
The point
nobody asked
is,
about the
if you
difference.
think Jesus is
Hold on.
God and you read
Oh my
Revelation
I'm about
God.
7:1, the only
This is not the biblical. You know what? I'm just gonna have to
So
like.
like I said, you made the claim. Hey, your premise is that there's only one shape that has four corners. A pyramid has five, unless you're only specifying the right angles at the base. If that's not the case, then there are five. All I'm asking for is clarity. All I'm asking for is what you mean. I mean, I don't. Everybody wants to make everything a debate. Jesus, maybe. Well,
Not
let me
really,
not say
but
his name in vain. But I mean, is it crazy? Like I'm just saying, no, it has five. Like so, I'm not gonna listen to the rest of your premise, and you talk about revelation and the only shape that the blah 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 blah.
yeah,
If the premise is wrong, bro, like
yeah.
what's the issue?
Unless you address the fifth corner and excluded it somewhere, like we didn't hear that part. You just kept rambling on.
now, do you think a container is a part of the model?
What the hell? What model? Why do you keep saying model,
I
bro?
told you I'm
Please.
working. I'm a modalistic researcher. I'm
Yeah,
working on the model through the
Earth
flat
is
Earth
not.
and the
Listen,
globe
You
side.
can't
Earth
have a
is not
model
a
unless you have it.
model.
listen. Nobody's answering his questions until he addresses what I said. That's it. The end. You're not
Yep.
saying nothing
Exactly.
else.
Exactly. I agree. That's ridiculous.
Okay, what's the question?
Holy.
Did you hear what I said?
I heard a lot of what you said. I just wanted you to repeat the question for me.
It's not a question.
Wait, what?
You said a pyramid has four corners. I said no, it has five.
No, he's talking about a triangular pyramid, and you're talking about a
No, he's
square
not,
pyramid.
Sasha.
He is.
Sasha,
A
you're lost.
triangular pyramid has four.
Sasha, you're lost. Okay,
Oh,
because a pyramid, right? You have the corners at the bottom. Count them, right? What's that top one? The one at the top. What is that?
that's a corner.
Right. What are you talking about then?
Oh, I'm talking about a triangular pyramid where it has three at the bottom and one at the top, therefore it has four.
Nobody has made a tetrad, dude. A tetrad does not exist in nature. The only thing close to a tetrad is that stage in life where your egg, before you're born, when you're being developed, when your egg splits into two and then four cells. That's it. So the tetrad is not a physical thing. It's a Pythagorean solid. It does not actually exist.
Hmm.
Well, I'll let the people decide.
So wait, what are you even saying, pea drinking buddy? Like, are you saying Earth is a pyramid or something?
No, I
I'm
am
about to
working on the
ban him
model.
off of his name alone. Like this nigga's tripping. You
You
understand that?
said
You
tea
understand
drinking buddy.
what are you making a model for specifically?
The
But
Garden
do
of
you know
Eden.
do you know what a model is? The difference between a scientific model, a model like a car,
Like I
the
said,
model
I'm
of
working
a
on
car.
where we live.
What do you mean working on where we live?
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure it out.
How you gonna figure like when you model something, you have it before you. You don't just take guesses. You model it. You model a miniature version of or an exact replica of what you're already experiencing?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not doing that.
How do you know?
Were you at the Garden of Eden?
I know about the garden.
Were you at the Garden of Eden?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Goodbye,
The one
buddy.
in Vegas or the real one?
I don't know. I'm getting real hard Banny vibes, but if you guys want to play, you can go ahead. He's a soft
It's
troll.
more like the
Just make sure.
Maybe he was
Oh,
Adam. He was
You
Adam's
thinking, buddy? Do you
daydream.
think you're a god?
What'd you
sense
say?
emergency.
Do you think you're a god?
No, I don't think that.
So how are you at the Garden of Eden?
I was there spiritually.
Did you know you can't make a model of anything unless you can put hands on it, measure it, and look at it from every possible angle? How else do you think we make model airplanes or 1/10 scale trucks?
I know that, but the Bible says that through God
So
all things are
therefore, a
possible.
model. You cannot make it a model. This is a simple thing, right? What you are doing is creating an idol. I don't know if you realize that.
All I'm trying to do is put the pieces together.
Creating
Yeah,
a
I know what you're
graven
trying to do.
image.
You're making us look bad.
Speaking of scripture, a graven image is what you're creating. Great. Good for
he's
you.
not making us look bad, because here's the difference between flat Earth society, the people who are dumb enough not to have seen the difference on YouTube or any search results from 2015 to now. Um, People who've never read a book, um, things like that. Like the people who believe that the Earth is flat because they've watched TikTok videos and they're like, good enough for me. The people who think that they can model their reality, which would be reification. But of course, these kinds of people don't care about logical fallacies or being logically consistent. They don't know what logical syllogisms are when we point them out. And so the difference between he and us is all we did was take the belief that everyone was under, the hard facts so called about it, the geometry and the dimensions thereof, and test and see if the geometry matched reality. And it doesn't. That's all we did. I don't know what the rest of you guys are doing, but I'm not trying to put pieces of any puzzle together. I've already taken apart a piece of a puzzle that I thought made a picture of my reality. I'm not going to make that same mistake again. Maybe the people like him that are trolling, maybe they don't understand it. Maybe maybe they do it on purpose because they're paid. I don't know. Who knows? But it's very boring.
I was trying to tell you that he said, I never claimed to be a man. And at that point, I was like, oh, well, we're dealing with a god. So I was just trying to tell you, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was just trying to let you know who you're dealing with.
Did it? I don't think I stopped you from saying anything, Hank.
Oh,
Did I?
yeah, maybe I interrupted you. I stopped myself. I don't know.
You're allowed
But
to
yeah,
interrupt me, Hank. Just you. And crypto, because we're the people that get rumpus the most.
And crypto, thanks.
Yeah, Elijah, real quick, off topic. Why is it that they don't have Wi-Fi on the fucking rail? Makes sense that they would, you know.
That's what I thought. I don't understand why they. I don't. I honestly, I think about that all the time.
On the what?
Yo,
On the
but see
subway.
what kids don't know. It's crazy because kids, like, they grow up on iPads and shit. You know, it's a foreign thing to tell a kid, you know that you're welcome. You know that you couldn't actually get on the train without your phone losing service. Like the moment you started walking down the steps, it was over. Couldn't use your phone until you got out the train station. Now you can use it in the train station, but not in the tunnels between stops. But some actually, there's some trains. No, no, because I don't understand the reason for why it works for some
Yeah, I
section,
don't-
a very limited area. I don't know why that is, but the bottom line is I don't understand why they don't have it all up and through the tunnel.
Well,
I
maybe
think they have. I think if they were to add it, it would have problems with their navigation and control circuitry. Because there should be no reason why they can't carry the signal through the power lines. But I think they already have a signal going through the power lines to control the train to make sure the conductor's alive.
maybe
You
it's
know,
only the above ground trains that have Wi-Fi because all the Amtraks here have Wi-Fi.
I know the bullet trains have Wi-Fi, but those are usually above ground. So it's like not really the train's Wi-Fi. It's more like, you know, cell phone towers. But yeah, maybe we should create something like that.
Who let P drinking Buddy in here? Like what? Who gave him? Who gave? What? Yo. And now he's down there and chill. Oh my gosh.
What a
Yeah.
nightmare. Oh my God. How did that happen? They just, he says I'm not a very good actor. Who was that? Oh, that was someone before. Said they're not a very good actor.
Thank you. That was terrible. I'm just like, but see, the thing is, they'll never know how ignorant they actually are. Either that,
Well,
or
catch.
they're fucking with us, and they the jig is up. They know everything, but they're just here to slow our progress down.
Try to rattle us or
Man,
something. Yeah.
that thing that guy said, this place being a holding pen, man, that really got to me because I already feel that way.
Wait a minute. He said what?
Earlier, a guy said, have you guys not considered this being the psyop and that this is like a holding pen? And it could have been, from one perspective, you could think of him saying that flat Earth was the psyop. But on the other hand, I chose to look at it, and I asked him if I was correct, but I never got any clarity. But I said, in a way, this is like a holding pen because whenever we want to reach new people, these trolls just pop up. They take up our time. We kind of let it happen, like we're beasts or something. Like we can't control, like we can't see what's going on and stop that and continue the growth. Um, and not just on YouTube and TikTok. Like we have this feeling that we can't talk to anyone else of importance. Like we can't really do more than we're doing. And is that just a learned behavior? Truly, did they figure out a way to satisfy our need to talk about it by throwing these same globe earthers in our faces? Like I always said, it wouldn't really take much for uh, any body of people to like take like 100, 200 people to keep us all entangled. To be honest, look at how many people can you count that are anti-flat earthers or globers? La Pizzle, um, DLA, whatever his name is, the guy that was just in here the other day, the young kid that has the father with the telescopes and all of that. That
Yeah,
might be
yeah,
DLA.
yeah. You know what? That's a really good point because, when you see this it's one thing when you see it in here for maybe a couple weeks or a couple months or whatever, but when we see it in here for years and years, like, like you guys are on here since the very beginning, the first server, But even in this server, like the number of these characters, like that in itself is like there's something going on that doesn't seem organic to me intuitively. Just saying.
I don't know. So sometimes I feel like we're being just like we're inundated. Listen, they like on look, we treat globe earthers the way they treated us in the beginning. I mean in general. If you go to uh any just any various any server or any YouTube comment section, we're acting like they did. Why is that? Does anybody? I mean, has anyone questioned why they're acting out of character? I went from a respectful person to cursing somebody out that I don't know just because it's the internet, or in person.
I think it's
I'm gonna call them religious and an idiot in person. Like, but these are the things that we began to do. But again, because we've been taught how to have the conversation, and we kind of just went with it when that's wrong. It's wrong. Wrong in this not in a moral sense. In a can't you see what's going on?
Yeah.
By now kind of sense.
I kind of see it, like in myself. I do, like totally do. I'm a perfect example of this. Like, and it's not really like, I think it's like getting us in a sense of heightened alertness. I don't know, man. Listen, there's people out there that have been doing this thing about speech and what affects people. Strings of words together, how it affects people, triggers us without us even knowing. There's people that know this. So if there's people creating characters to bring on here, which I truly believe there is, especially looking at the dead internet theory in the last, few weeks, that 60% of all internet traffic is bots. So I mean, like,
wow.
Yeah, 60% dead. The internet is dead. There's millions and millions and millions of dead links out there that no longer go. Like, talk about book burning. I suggest everybody see that 3-part series.
Yeah, please send that to me, because I've never heard of it.
Yep, I sure will. So
I'm gonna go down and see what P Drinking Buddy is talking about.
that's a good idea. Hey, report back to us.
Yeah, his name, like who? Come on, guys.
What the heck? I know. And a pyramid drinking buddy. I know he left, but that's all right.
Yeah, you gotta give him a few props for a funny name, anyway.
I know. It comes from the guy that tried drinking his pee. That's where it comes from.
Bear Grylls?
No, I think his name is Dave or something like that.
Well, Bear Grylls drinks his pee. I've seen it.
He's talking about Dave. What's his name? Flat Earther Dave, from the UK, from Britain.
Exactly. I wouldn't try it, but I'm glad he did. Get on it.
It's Dave Murphy y'all are talking about. Dave Murphy.
Yeah, not Dave Hinkle.
Yes, not Dave Hinkle. Dave Murphy.
And you don't sound British at all, so not to worry.
Well, you know what Murphy's Law says? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. It's just a matter of entropy.
There's no Dave in Murphy's Law.
I know.
I just wanted to say that you guys were talking about words and how they affect people and, changing people's physiology and stuff like that just by using words.
Yeah.
That's called neurolinguistic programming. There's people in here that do it.
Yeah.
Karma is one of them. I don't think karma's out to get you guys. I think that you could use it for good, or you could use it for bad, right?
What's an example from her? You remember one?
Okay, I'll try to get it as best as I can remember it, but basically it was like if you go up to an old person and you say, well, how you doing today? They're going to say, oh, my knee, the weather, blah, blah, blah. But if you go up to an old person and be like, hey, can you tell me about the first time you ever heard classical Spanish guitar? Or, something that they love, right?
Okay.
Ask them, like, what was the first time you ever tasted, watermelon? Or tell me about the first tell me about your first girlfriend, your first date with grandma, right? That is going to have an entirely different response. Like, oh, I saw her at church and she was beautiful and loving, and it's like you can get the kind of reaction you want based on the words that you use.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I hope that I didn't screw that up too much.
Yeah.
So she's casting witchcraft.
Oh,
Just kidding. Just kidding.
that's so crazy, NLP is witchcraft. Because I used to think that. I did. I thought it was like, oh, this is like dark magic. Ooh.
Comes down to I don't know why I just thought about this, but I think it's similar to people that can be hypnotized or not. That sounds similar to that.
That's exactly what that is. You got it, bro.
Well,
So
see,
some kind of awareness. Sorry, go ahead.
the elite, they practice magic, right?
Oh yes, I
And
know.
then they have put out these religious texts that say it's a sin to do magic, but they do it all the time.
Right, right.
In fact, they keep it. It's called the royal art. They say only royalty can use this arcane ability.
It's probably something to do with the Actors Guild too. That's a secret cult. It's a guild.
Well,
Actually. It
yeah,
goes
all
back
those
to
guilds,
ancient
all the
times.
guilds go back to the main guild, which is the builders, right? The builders of civilization, the so-called Masons or the so-called Mahans. They keep certain things secret, so only the ruling class, those that have been given this divine right to do so, can do it. And everybody else is a pawn in the game. But if we were to realize that we have the ability to bring about change in the world just by using words, like they use words, but they use like enmity, like they create words that cause enmity, right? Which is just a natural enemyship. Like we all know right now that the elite are perpetrating the spell of racism. But what does that lie in? Where does the truth in racism lie? It's a non-truth. It's evolution. See, it's like one of these things where they've been casting the spell back on itself for so long that it's finally brainwashed the population to where they will not look outside of it. They will consider the facts that are disproven as facts.
It is the biggest lie ever told. Biggest ever told.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, what is a race? A race is just nothing more than a family's group. It's a family. That's it. It's like a tribe.
What do you mean? A race like a
Well,
race?
it comes from the word ethnos, tribe,
What
family
race?
unit.
Like your race, like black, white,
No,
all that stuff.
ethnos.
Oh,
Ethnos.
ethnicity.
Yeah, it's a Greek word, right? And it means a race or a family grouping, a nation, almost like
Okay.
a large tribe, right?
Yes.
Yeah, meaning they all have a common ancestor somewhere, but the common ancestor is more like grandpa that had lots of children, you know?
Yeah.
And you know how the different races were started? Or do you have
You
any
said how
idea on
many?
that?
Did you say how many different races are starving?
No, how were they started?
Because the Tower
Well,
of Babel. Well, no. The different races were started from Noah, and then well,
no,
that's if that's if anybody believe in what I talk about. But but the Noah had three different sons, and they were all of different kind. Well, they were all unique. That race populated the entire earth, but there
So it
was
had like
yes, so
it had
there,
like
and then that Babel, the Tower of Babel, that created the different languages. So the people who had different language than other, they like when they were confused with different languages, the people who had the same language as the people with you group up with them, and then you guys move together because you guys have the same language. So they migrated out and went into different places. That's what this is. That's what it is. They went to different places.
wait, so you're saying that he had like a Asian son and a Mexican son and like a
No,
Hebrew
because
son?
Asian and Mexican are mixed races.
they're not races. They're family groups. It's a melting
It
pot,
doesn't
like the
matter, man.
United
Yeah,
States is.
whatever the fuck you call it, whatever the fuck you say it, man.
It's like, well, like
It's
back in the day.
like the Asian that are mixed with Hamite and white people. So and Mexican that they are mixed with the Asian and mixed with the white as well. But
Well, see, you had these world empires where all different family groups came, and there's supposed to be a curse for family members occupying land of another family members. Perhaps that's where all of this has started from. Like these world empires, and people go there to make their fortune, to make their world. Like
whatever.
for instance, Latin America, like Mexico. We know that that was like taken over by the Spanish and the French, and the people there are now a mixed. They're no longer like 100%
Right,
native,
right.
right?
Yes, everybody is mixed.
But it comes from these world empires, these so-called world powers that try to influence change around the world. Like Age of Discovery was a huge um, assault on humanity.
Yes. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like the Spanish they're white. The English, the European is mostly European. They've colonized everybody, my nigga. So the all the stuff they're trying to colonize. Well, they already did colonize, but there's a lot of people in the world that are mixed culture. It's called mixed culturalism. They mix cultures, and all the beginning of the culture is lost. You know what I'm saying? Like the tradition, it is lost
Yes.
because everybody is like for example right now to this day everybody is mixing cultures. No, there's going to be one language soon and it's going to be English. Well,
Have
basically
you heard of
it's going to be one world
old?
language so
Have you
everybody
heard
can
of old
understand.
Milwaukee? Like, for instance, this happened in the United States around the 1800s when seances and spiritualism was like, Sam, shut up! Let
Yeah,
that
shut
dog
up,
bark
Sam.
and be an idiot.
Shut up, Sam. Let the man talk. Go ahead,
Anyway,
Joshua.
so basically, what would happen is over time, right? They would do all of these seances and dress up. Like, I don't know if you realize it, but the United States has a goddess. And it's the same goddess that all countries have. It's just given a different name. It's the Artemis archetype. We call it,
Oh,
what do we call it? Lady Liberty?
Statue of Liberty.
No, not the Statue of Liberty. It's called Lady Liberty. Um, Columbus. Columbia. Goddess Columbia, right?
Yes. No, but
But
what
it's
I'm
pretty much,
trying, yeah, yes. Go ahead.
yeah, it's pretty much the same as that. But what they used to do in old Milwaukee is dress up as Uncle Sam and Goddess, what the hell was her name? Colombia, right? And they would do seances and things like that, and they would have parades where people are walking around in this pagan attire. And they tell us that the United States is a Christian nation. No, it's not. It's a pagan
Right.
nation.
Exactly.
And
There's there's
all
so
it
many
takes is a
different religions.
rewrite. Right. All it takes is a rewrite of history and annals, and then things are changed. Books are burned.
Atheism as a religion.
Yes, it
Basically.
is.
Yes, basically. And science, well, pseudoscience is also a religion too. You know what I mean? Like the belief of Big Bang or like Big Bang.
Yeah. Scientism is what I call it.
Yes, in Scientology, even though they're two different things, you know. And
Yeah.
also,
Well,
yeah,
Scientology is just lost.
yeah, Scientology is a fucking, it's a, what the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, have you ever looked into Scientology? No offense if anybody believe in it.
Yeah, that's the new one world religion.
No, 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 it's not Scientology, but the New World religion is they're trying to mix all the religions together and say that they all share a common God, but which is not true. And also, the reason why everybody is starting to speak English as the one world language, right? It's the same thing as Tower of Babel. What happened when all the people speak the same language? Tell me, what happened?
Yeah, they were destroyed and distraught. Now, see, I happen to think that the emojis are the living language. It keeps getting added to every year, and
Yeah,
anybody,
that's good. Yeah,
any
that's good
language
argument.
knows what
Yes,
they mean, right?
right, man. Yes, yeah, I see what you're saying,
It's
but
like
yeah,
hieroglyphics all over again.
exactly. So yeah, yeah, like it's the same thing that happened with the Tower of Babel. When everybody speak the same language, what happened? Everybody can speak same language, and
There was
everybody
nothing that they
work
couldn't do.
together. Yes, everybody work together, and nobody against God. Look at what's happening right now. Everybody brainwashed.
Yeah. Well, see, I don't know if this is the right place to talk about it, but
Yeah, I
there
don't
is
know
a
either.
extra canonical book, so it's not really part of the Bible, but the
Are you
Book of
talking about
Enoch.
Book of Enoch?
Yeah, chapter 80. It talks about the inhabitants of Earth seeing that these stars, these chief stars, start wandering, and they error in their ways, and they forget the past. They forget the laws of the heavens, and they error, and they consider these wandering stars as gods, and then the destruction will come upon them swiftly.
Yes.
I mean, every bit of the solar system except for Earth is named after a pagan deity.
Right. Saturn, Moon.
Even Helios itself, even Sol for solar system, it's all. Yeah.
It's all paganism.
Yep.
Satan. No, but I have question for people who don't believe in God in this VC. Because I know there are flat. Well, no, no, no. Actually, I would not speak about it because I'm pretty sure that's against the rules. So no, never mind.
Yeah, we can go down to biblical and talk about this, or even the Quran room.
Yes, I will not speak about. Yes,
But
yes.
yeah, I mean, it's one of these things to where if people are blinded by the doctrine of a land, right? Because that's all this is. This globe shit. That's a doctrine of Rome.
Division. Yes, division.
Edicted to all lands. And the last empire to adopt the Roman way was the Ottoman Empire. Did you know that?
Yes, I heard about it.
Yeah, they used to go off of the old calendar where April 1st was the new year. Because it's God's calendar. And then the Pope went in there and sacked the Ottomans, said, "You will go under this, ascribed to our edict and our papal bull, and we will leave you alone and let you be a people." Because they were genociding them. Same thing with the so-called snakes in Ireland. There never was any snakes in Ireland. the snakes that were removed were the pagans, but not necessarily the pagans, but the black nobility, right? They were removed by legionnaires. And that's not to say that they didn't go back, right? But what has the Holy Roman Church oftentimes done to the enemy of the nation? Slandered them and turned them into demons and demonic figures, right?
Yes, and the black nobility, they are in advisors to Jesuits.
Mm-hmm.
If you look
I'm
at
part of that.
the U.S. Pentagon, it looked just like the Jesuit war room.
See, I belong to a black nobility family. And
Wow,
from
man.
what I've been finding out, our land was stolen from us by Rome.
Bro, I have a friend who has a Freemason family. It's actually depressing because most people are born into this type of family. They have demon in them. Demon.
It's the curse of generations, and I know how to break it.
Yes, break it, man.
I've already broken my curse.
Good. Have you ever been baptized?
No, by the Spirit, but not by water. I don't know anybody that knows truth enough to baptize me. I won't get baptized by a Roman priest.
Get baptized by your local church.
I was
Yeah, that's the problem. The local church are Freemasons.
I was baptized by the pagan Catholics.
You like that guy on YouTube
But I-
that does some baptisms?
But I didn't know what
Yeah,
it
that's what I was thinking about doing, was going, because every once in a while they'll do a thing to where it's a baptismal thing, and
His name's
there's a bunch of
David.
different locations. The closest one to me would be in Phoenix, but I'm right here on the Colorado River. I mean, like, see, before my grandfather passed, I asked him to do it for me, and he wasn't able to do anything.
I thought
He
he
was
was a
hurting
black
for that.
nobility.
I am. I'm also in a Freemason family. My grandfather was a Shriner,
So why would you let him baptize you?
because it's the only one that I know. He ended up coming to the truth before the end. He completely repented from his ways. We burnt the fez, all that shit.
Right. So you know about the Constantinople. Yes, Constantinople fell in 1453 to the Ottoman Empire, and it was inevitable after the Venetian and the Crusaders had weakened the Byzantine Empire.
Yeah.
And then the collapse of the Byzantine Empire allowed the Ottoman Empire expanded into Greece. Then the Balkan and the Adriatic. The Venice started off well, sending the Venetian artists to the court of Mehmed the Second in the in the Venice also negotiated with Ottoman to gain overland routes to Aleppo and Alexandria. So the Venice remained as a major trading maritime power in the eastern Mediterranean, even doubling its fleet until the loss of Cyprus in 1571. That
In
is the
fact,
formation of the Ottoman Empire.
after the Eastern Empire and the Western Empire fell, do you know where the empire moved to?
I think so. They moved to Great
Germany.
Britain.
No, Germany.
Germany. Oh yes, yes, yes. I know about I know about the Nazi. The Hitler. He donated. If you track the money that he was donating, he was donating back to the Catholic Church.
Yep.
If you trace all the money, and he
Yeah,
was a Catholic
regalia.
himself, right? He was a Catholic, and he met up with the Pope.
He needed the regalia to bring back the Reich, which is what he was trying to do, but he failed at it.
Well,
The
so
regalia
Hitler
he
was a
would
good man.
get.
Hitler was good man.
No, he was trying to bring back the Roman Empire.
Oh, yes, and he kept.
And
There were pictures of him meeting with the Pope.
yeah, and
That
see,
fucking snake.
people have a mistaken identity of exactly who he was and what his purpose was, right? I'm fairly certain that he was the one that put Stalin in power from Hungary.
I have no clue, bro. There is so much stuff behind the scene that we probably don't know, right? The stuff we do know is because they want us to know.
Yeah.
And the stuff we don't know is secret. We will never know unless we ask God ourselves, you know.
Yeah, and then be careful what you ask for.
Huh?
Be careful what you ask for.
Why?
Is that accent hard to keep up?
Because you may receive something that you are not willing. Like you'll get a plate that's too full. Like say you ask for patience, right? You're going to have plenty of practice with patience, right? You know what I mean? So your plate is going to be full with practice. So
yes, but it's not like
whatever you do, don't pray for patience unless you're serious. Don't do that.
No, but it's not like God is a genie. He's not a genie. He's a real man. I mean, he's the love.
Could you elaborate, Hank?
Yes, Hank, elaborate, nigga.
Yeah, if you pray for patience, right, and that prayer gets answered, it's not like you'd magically get patience, like it talks about, in the Old Testament when
of course
David's
not.
son Solomon like asking for wisdom. No, that's not how it works.
He works in mysterious ways. He worked in mysterious ways. Like I said, he's not a genie, so he cannot just give you this wish, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I agree. So if you pray for patience, you will endure that which strengthens your patience. Ask me how I know.
May I add something?
Through suffering, or with maybe not?
May I give you a personal experience of mine that can I?
No. Okay, here's my question. In a server that needs factual evidence,
Can you turn your mic down, please?
You need evidence on everything. You want to see the proof. If that's how the server's based, then why are we talking about religion at all when it's 100% fake?
No, it is not, because
It's
there
a
is
belief.
historical
It's a belief.
evidence. It is historically accurate.
Okay.
Historically accurate. Go to the Red Sea right now. Go to the Red Sea right now, and go to the bottom of the sea. What will you find? You will find chariot wheels that have been catalyzed.
Have you been there?
Catalyzed. They have been catalyzed. So can you please turn your mic down, man? Please turn your fucking mic down.
Have you been to the bottom of the Red Sea?
Bones with coral growing on it, skeletons with coral growing on it.
Have you been there? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Any pictures of it? Hey, any pictures
Well,
of it?
have you seen the Earth with your own eyes? That's what I thought.
I'm looking down. I just saw it.
Listen, let him speak. Even though you disagree with him, let him make his point.
Okay, go ahead.
If you guys need proof for everything, and why is religion? Religion's based on, I was taught this. I was raised believing this. Therefore, it's right. Okay, then
no, it's not.
Why are you turning around and saying, it's not a globe? You were just taught that. You were raised like that. It's like, okay, same for your religion. It's the same shit.
You're an idiot. Nobody was born Christian. Nobody was born Christian.
Hold on, bro. So the thing is, I want to address the guy. Okay. So you're right? If we don't verify things, it is faith, right? But the thing about Christianity, right? It's not a religion in the sense that you just got to believe it. In a couple of spots, it tells you to watch out for pseudoscience, and in another spot, it says test all things, right? So is Christianity a thing?
Yes.
Look, I'm
So
I'm
hold on,
sorry.
bro. Hold on, bro. Give me a
Sorry,
second. I'll let
sorry.
you speak. It's okay. I'll let you speak when I'm done. I'm almost done. So, so the thing is that does Islam tell you to test it? Right? Does the globe Earth tell you to go out and test it? No, the globe Earthers tell you to go measure the sun, the moon, the stars, the shadows from the sun, right? But Christianity, right, specifically Paul, says go test all things. Is the shape of the earth a thing?
But that doesn't make it correct. You know what I mean? Just saying like, well, okay, I'm gonna say the Earth's made of cheese. Go test it. That doesn't mean the Earth's made of cheese because I told you to test it. You know what I mean? It's
Right,
that doesn't mean it's real.
That's not the
my
same.
point
That's
is
not the same thing.
Christianity is more akin to science than it is to a religion because it's telling you to go out and test all things. All things.
You are
That
an
sounds like
atheist.
science.
You
Right.
are an
And
atheist.
then Paul, dude, give me a second. Where you at, man? I'll meet you if you don't be quiet. And then Paul says to Timothy, watch out for pseudoscience. Or sometimes it's translated science falsely so called. Right? I mean, to me, that's like, what the server is all about. Now, not everybody here is a Christian. And, you can't really argue whether or not Christ existed. You can't argue whether or not he walked on water and raised himself from the dead. Okay, you can argue those things, right? But you can't really argue test all things and watch out for pseudoscience. You can't really argue that.
May
That's
I speak
sound
now,
doctrine.
Henkel? May I speak
Yeah,
now?
I'm done. I'm
Okay.
finished. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, given you say that God is fake, Chinstar, is that what you mean? You're saying you don't believe in any God.
I don't know. I just haven't seen any proof of it, so I'm not gonna say I believe in it. I'm not gonna say I don't believe in it.
Well, I'm going to tell you why Christianity is the most reliable religion, because Christianity is different from every religion. Because let's bring up Islam, for example. No offense to Muslims, but the main reason that started it is because Muhammad had a private experience with an angel. He came out and told everybody about it, and everybody believed him. The difference with Christianity is that Christianity is based off of eyewitness events of the resurrection of Jesus Christ and the miracles of Jesus, the apostles, and other believers. And martyrdom testimony is the most reliable testimony because people do not die for things they believe are a lie. And
I'm sorry.
more martyrdom, excuse me, the more martyrdom testimonies an event has, the more likelihood the event occurred. Now, I am not saying that it's a 100% proof you don't have to believe it. I'm telling you that it is a reliable religion because other religions are not based off of testimonial accounts but of legends, which makes them unreliable. We can test the biblical proof. We can use the different locations in the Bible and find real things in the world that came from the thing. But as Henkel said, you cannot prove Jesus walked on water and all that stuff because that is not something you can disprove right now. For example, okay, you can here you can.
You were saying earlier. You were saying go to the bottom of the Red Sea. You'll find chariots. Have you been to the bottom of the Red Sea and have you seen the chariots?
No, but the thing is, the scientists who did not even believe in God, they tested it for themselves, and they have provided video evidence. You can find as well. I can send it to you, and they have found it very many. There is also, you can search this up as well if you think I am lying. There is an underwater land bridge in Egypt where the Red Sea was. There was an underwater land bridge, which means that God did not Moses did not split the Red Sea as you thought it was, like how they describe it in movies, all that stuff, where they make it like two giant waves, two giant tsunami waves that are split. It's not like that. It's an underwater land bridge, and God
This
did
is
not
my
make it.
problem. You said.
Excuse me.
This is my problem with it. You said scientists discovered it was there. Scientists also tell you the Earth is a globe, so you choose to believe that scientists found this because that's what you want to believe to suit your thoughts. You know, it's very convenient.
There is a difference between pseudoscience and real science. Okay.
tell me
The
what
thing is, this is
pseudoscience
on
and what's
Earth.
real?
This is on Earth. We can go right now and test it for ourselves. The difference with the space Earth is that you cannot go outside of space. You cannot go outside of space and just say, "Oh, I can test this. I see this. I whatever." No.
Science
Okay.
is can.
You're saying you need a faith to believe in a God, but you need faith to believe in a globe Earth. So you're contradicting yourself.
I need faith to believe in a god, but I need faith to believe in a globe.
Yep.
I mean, if you consider picture evidence, or if you consider evidence from eyewitnesses like you did for Christianity, then I'll use the same for the globe. Like,
Okay,
I don't see your
here's
point.
the deal. I posted 53 archaeological digs that prove that what's in the Bible is written correctly. You can look at it or you can completely ignore it. I don't care either way, right? So you are correct, like I said from the beginning. There are things that we take on faith, right? So what we're doing is we're reforming, right? Us people that you call flat earthers, we're saying we don't want any more pseudoscience, right? We're not going to take videos and images and cartoons, right? And we're not just going to give away blind faith anymore. From now on, there's going to have to be substantial evidence, scientific evidence when applicable. And if somebody says, well, I got this theory, but you can't prove it wrong, then we can just dismiss it without anything, but just dismiss it, right? But what we're not going to do is we're not going to hand wave information anymore. All information, we're going to take a look at it, we're going to scrutinize it, just like the Bible says to do, just like the scientific method says to do. It says to test all things, right? That sounds like science to me. I mean, if you went to a doctor, right, and this doctor, you said, how many times have you done this operation? He said, oh, you're my first try, right? You kind of be a little worried, right? He's never tested out, in real life what he learned on paper. Right?
Did Jesus walk on water?
The Bible says that he did.
Okay, where's the evidence for that?
The thing is, the Bible is historically accurate. So if it says it did, then it probably did, buddy.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I've already said that we can have a debate about this, right? It's debatable. So the evidence for that is firsthand account eyewitnesses that people wrote down.
Why do we believe this?
Do I believe it?
Well, I mean, it's a part of the faith. But here's the thing: there's a difference between scientific evidence and hearsay and other forms of inquiry. So we
Well,
talk
we know
about.
that Jesus existed.
One
But
second.
again, but again, at best, it's hearsay.
So many men have swung from a rope, right, based off of first-hand account eyewitness. Because in court, right, if people are saying, hey, I saw him do this, and another guy says, yeah, I'm not connected to this party, I'm, third party impartial witness, I also saw him do this, that guy's fucked. Right? Because now there's two people, right, saying that he saw this guy murder this guy.
How do you know that happened? Like, it's
Can
another
you stop
eyewitness
saying that?
account.
You're trolling because you're just saying, why do you believe that?
You think I'm a troll because I'm asking for evidence?
You're not even listening to what we're saying. You're just
Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm leaving.
Yeah, leave, you fucking troll.
No, 1v1, 1+1. Don't just call people trolls in here, because I'll boot you as well. I had
Yes,
a
but
4
he
hour
was doing this the whole
Shut up!
time.
Yeah, but 1 = 1. You're being
I had
rude.
wait there. I'm not finished. I had a 4 hour conversation with that man yesterday, and he was intellectually honest throughout. He didn't have a problem with anything that I had to say, or 4 or 5 other people that spoke to him the whole time. Get was there. I can't remember who else it was. There was a few of us that had a conversation with him. Right, 1v1. You got to realize you are literally not even a flat earther, and you're a globe skeptic. Right, you don't speak for the server. You don't start. You don't start labeling people
Rumpusing the
trolls
entire chat. Yeah, rumpusing.
and ruin the entire chat. Okay, I will completely remove you from the fucking server if I catch it again. Okay, you don't get to do that. End of.
Yeah, and the bottom line is it's not in line with the server rules and the rules we have here. So that's something that could be discussed in biblical or in the Quran. So there's other places, but not here.
I'm sorry, but yeah, well, I was just like the thing is, I was trying to explain to him, but he kept using the argument. Why do you believe this? Why do you believe that?
Yeah, we've been having discussions about being triggered by these people, so just relax a little bit. It's all right, no problems.
I'm
We'll
sorry.
move on. Don't be sorry.
Yeah, 1 versus 1. I was about to moderate your ass just before he did. Dude, I was trying to have a conversation with a guy, and now I don't have anyone to have a conversation with.
Shucks. Doggone it. That's okay.
I mean,
Sorry, Hank.
I know it wasn't on the flat Earth, but I was gonna steer it that way after, I got a chance to speak. But
that's what I
I mean,
was.
maybe we can tell him to go to biblical VC and we can talk about it there, or
No, I was gonna start it to flat Earth if you just would have let me. I kind of think you guys already heard that I was trying because I'd mentioned, the Earth thing and science and belief. So I was on my way to steering it there, bro. You just didn't let me do it.
So, Chinster, if you're there, come on back in. You can still have the
I'm
discussion.
DMing him.
There you go.
oh, we're gonna stop talking about the God thing, right?
Yeah, it's best just not to talk about it on the live stream because there's going to be people with different points of views and it's going to cause controversy and obstruct from the true conversation.
And I don't even think it's a problem with bringing it up. We can touch on those things, but the emphasis needs to be on the actual empirical measurement side of it. And then when you do that, then it's okay to touch on it because you're going, and the numbers show this in reality or something like that. We actually saw this happening. So if you stick to that, I don't think we can lose.
That's all that guy was saying is if this channel is all about, things you can prove. So don't take offense to what he said.
And I don't mean to say that it's like a win or lose.
He had a good point. He was on point with the server.
Yeah.
That's why I was agreeing with him. That's why I didn't understand why everybody was trying to yell at him.
I was just trying to say, unless you have tested it, then you can't speak about it. That's just like, the flat Earth. If you haven't tested the validity of Earth not being curved or the Earth being curved, then you can't really be an expert on it. Right?
Nobody was trying to yell at him. We just have a troll amongst our midst. That's it.
It's not that he's a troll. It's that he doesn't know how to conduct himself. He's younger, and he's new to the channel. And because he's a flat earther, I think he thought, well, here's a glober and someone who doesn't believe what I believe, I can just smash him into the ground. When in fact, this is a live stream. We conduct ourselves in certain ways in this live stream. We're respectful to people. We let people take their turns and stuff like that. But at the same time, there's sort of a semblance of, you have to spend a certain amount of time here and be cautious at the beginning when you spend your time here. You don't come in here like a sledgehammer, because people don't necessarily know that your information that you're sledgehammering into people's faces is 100% legit. You only really get that sort of grace to be able to do that sort of thing once you've proved yourself to be someone of a credible reliability of an informational provider. It's that simple.
Well, I think it's kind of like this. You know how you have stages of grief? And when you're a flat earther, now, because I'm giving everybody the benefit of the doubt, you're a flat earther, this awakening, or whatever you want to call it, you go through all these stages. It's almost like this.
Right, I'm off out, guys. I only came up to moderate that. Sorry.
Oh, no.
I just saw him up there, like I saw what was that one-on-one guy, and I was like, I knew what was going to happen, so I just wanted to stop it because I had a really good convo with that guy for 4 hours yesterday. 4 hours, not a single problem, And it could have been.
Did he talk to you about the God thing?
Yes, I spoke to him about everything. It's the way you start calling him a troll. People don't like being called trolls because they just leave. So that's
No,
what I'm telling you.
it was what happened before. You weren't here for the full conversation when we were talking about.
Bro, I've got the live stream playing next to me on my laptop, bro. I'm listening to this stuff all the time, mate. Trust me. I know what happened.
Henkil, what did he say when he first asked it? He was like,
He
what
spoke
was
about
it?
the server, and if the server's about empiricism, then why most of you basically have backgrounds in religion? He was talking about is there not some sort of inconsistency there? I
Yeah,
believe.
but I think, see, someone should have corrected him because it's not religion. I mean, if you're
I
talking
know.
about what it
Right,
says in the Bible relating to how it relates to reality, then it's not about religion at all. It's like, does it
That's
relate or not? Like, there's a
that's
question there. So it needs to be directed like that. That's what
that's
my
what
thing, like, so.
that's what Hank was trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I agree. That's what I was waiting to hear that. I was on the edge of my seat for that one.
Yeah, my apologies. It's just like he came off as like kind of a troll because his mic was so loud and
Yeah,
it
but
was like,
honestly, listen, your mic was super loud too for me. I had to turn you down to 75% as well. So, it's just like that's kind of, but listen, we've been trying to moderate ourselves and being not so adversarial, right, group?
Yep.
Exactly. Want to be welcoming.
So, we want to continue the conversation. That's what our motivation is. We want to continue the conversation. We want it to go to its inevitable end instead of ending it quickly for whatever reason. Just
You're welcome.
That's
trying to be
true.
consistent in that way. So you
That's true,
hang
but we
out.
just talked about people that come in here with these weird agendas, you know?
Oh, we know.
Exactly. So
Believe me, we know.
what
But you
again?
got when that happens, what I like to do is like a, a secret game of chess. So I don't go on accusing people of being trolls. I just ask them questions and then ask them why they aren't answering my questions directly. That's a lot more fun.
Well, I did
Gotcha.
not get
Yeah.
that type of respect yesterday because people instantly called me troll.
Well, guess what? Maybe that was a mistake, but ultimately, you don't have the space to make these kinds of criticisms with your roles. Crack already warned you. For you, the conversation's over.
So just chill, hang out, do more research. If there's something pertinent, I think none of us minds if you chime in, but you can't just dominate. I mean, I look, I don't have anything wrong with someone who can take the conversation into a good place when it has a logical consequence. But when it doesn't, then it gets all confusing for us listening. And I'm like, then it doesn't take long for me to just go, I don't want to freaking listen to that. It But if it's going somewhere and it has a logical, like I said, it goes to this conclusion. That's what we're trying to do here. So you haven't been around long enough to be to all the silver meetings, all the gold meetings, all the precious metals, all the, like before we used to have like all these debates going on, one-on-ones, all kinds of things. So hang out, relax, chill for a little while.
Well, let's get back on topic about flat Earth. Um, Sonny, do you know about Rahu and Ketu?
Yes, I've read some about Rahu and Ketu, yeah.
Yes, like it's very mysterious how like when you look at the solar eclipse, is the solar eclipse the one where the moon goes in the front of the sun?
Yeah, my first wife was into the Bhagavad
Supposedly.
Gita and the apocryphal texts, and she was the first one. We used to go to Christian churches and stuff like that. She was the first one too. That I
Yeah,
learned about. That
I've
was
seen it with
many
my
years
own
ago.
eyes.
So I did some reading, and I've also been interested for a long time in ancient civilizations. For many, many years, I've read about these ancient civilizations. I've been fascinated about them. About, like, for instance, mostly for me personally, what was destroyed during the conquest. Like all that
Aztec,
information and knowledge that they had. They had books, all those things that the codexes, right? Like
yes,
all
the
that
Aztec,
going
the
on.
Mayan, the Greek.
Hmm. Yeah, all of it. Yeah.
The
So
Greek, they actually had this special. They had this special technology that predicts the when the solar eclipse happened. And I presume that the NASA they found out how to create it again, and that's how they predict it all the time.
Right, right. So like the Rahu and Ketu, like that's if you are taking a testimony or an oral tradition, oral history of a people that were laying out things that we can't do with the luminaries, they're setting up these things on Earth. Like, how did they do that? So, I mean, if they're saying there's Rahu and Ketu, and they were the ones that figured out how eclipses, when they're going to occur, well, they watched them for many, many years, apparently. Why would we still be using their technology from flat earthers? Because it works?
Makes you think.
Navigators all know this stuff, actually.
Yeah, like I've seen the solar eclipse with my own eyes. I look at it. I never see the moon. I
Nope,
just see this
that's
black circle.
Yeah, that's an interesting point to bring up again and again and again, that no moon has ever been seen approaching the solar eclipse or leaving it afterwards. It's in a 3-day new moon phase every solar eclipse. And it's my understanding that no one on Earth is seeing the moon for those 3 days. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
You're right. Nothing wrong.
So the testimony of those people is much more valid than any helio, whatever, perpetrator going around telling you spinning ball in space and all this nonsense that we hear over and over again. The onion gets like, you just have to keep peeling it away, because once you lie about something and you have no basis for it, then there's nothing else but if they demand to continue with it, then they just have to continue building on it. And that's why we have this raveled mess, that's ball of yarn.
Garbage.
That's
duct tape.
That's been
Super glue.
Yeah, man. Tell me about it. Duct
Rubber
tape.
glue. Yeah.
Curtain
So I
rods.
agree with the last thing you said. But the thing you said before that, like, I don't necessarily agree with Rahu and Ketu. I've never seen them.
Yeah.
And I say that the moon is in the right place at the right time to cause the eclipse. And that's where we get the, moon is roughly the same size, at least apparently, in the sky as the sun. And some people might say that all the craters on the moon are from electrical discharges between the two. But this is a lot of speculation, right? Because we don't like to make claims about the heavenly bodies around here.
That's true.
So the sun gives warmth, right? We can all feel it. And we have instruments now that can feel that the moon gives off cold light. Or at least that's what it seems. So other than that, we can't really make claims except for those are lights in the sky. And they make a circuit, orbit, whatever you want to call it, once every 24 hours, roughly. That's about all we can say about that.
That's true.
You think you can make a claim on the alleged craters?
No.
What do you think?
I would
Not really.
I would not. I would not make a claim. How could I
No
make a claim
claims.
about something I don't know what it is, what its origins are, what it's made of, how far it is, what its light source is? I know nothing about it. How are you going to make claims?
Or at least on what
how
it's
is it-
not?
You'd have to know
I
what it
don't
was
know.
made of and you'd have to know
You
the
can't describe something as what it's not.
what it caused it to be formed, how was it created? You don't know. You'll never
Well,
know any of that information.
for a lot of people, they look right at it, telescope, camera, whatever, and they say, "Oh, well, there's the craters. That's it for me."
Yeah, all of them are. Why are
Well,
they all 90-degree perfect direct hits?
No, I hear you. I know all that. I'm just saying for them.
So it seems more like a process, like something bubbling, than if you think of it that way, doesn't it? People have shown that.
Yeah, I just want to point out it's all speculation, just about every single part of it. And it's crazy because you have people on here on Earth that say you can't know anything, right? Science doesn't prove things, right? But on the same breath, they'll tell you they know how much like Jupiter weighs, how much mass the Sun has, how much mass the Earth has.
Yeah,
And it's like, how do you know that? You don't know anything. The Earth is a sphere. How do you know that? You don't know anything. It's like in reality, we can know things here on Earth, but we have trouble knowing things that are up above or down below. So what's going on 8 miles and 5 inches down below? Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue.
Right.
Unless the Russians got a microphone down there. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I speculate that it is hell.
So see, at the end of that journey, when you get to this place where our human resources have failed us in this trying to seek, we can only go so far. Then we reach our limit. So what we do know is this:
Yeah.
like the lights in the sky are this. We know they're lights of some kind,
right?
I think that's all fair.
Well,
That's fair to say.
okay.
That it's
You
lights.
can
Hold
go a
on,
little
hold on.
further.
Wait,
You can go a little further.
wait, I'm trying to set up a premise. It'll only take me a
Oh,
couple minutes. So they are lights, right? So what happens with lights? We also know this about those lights in the sky. They are very mechanical, like in the way they rotate.
Oh, there you go.
They're very specific in where they're over us. Where is that can be measured at specific times of year. They're over exact same places over Earth. So, like, if they are lights and it's moving at clock like fashion, it implies to me as a mechanical minded person that there's some kind of mechanics going on. Plus, if they're lights, what happens with lights? Lights have lens changes. Think about it. What happens in photography? There's changes like so I think it's allowed me to expand my imagination as far as the things I don't know into like more possibilities, because if you do take what you do know, they're lights. What happens with lights? We don't know what kind of light, the source of light, but we do know certain things happen with light. Something's put in front of it that polarizes the light. A lens change. There's mechanics going on. That's my speculation.
Yeah, well said. That's good.
I think it might be some form of imagery that we're witnessing. There's something, because it seemed to me in the last few years, 4 or 5 years, since I just figured out, well, discovered flat Earth truths. Well, I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry about that. It happens.
It's all cool.
But I like to stick to the fundamentals of Earth itself, because they are so fundamental.
Have you heard Get talk about the accuracy of those machines that he's worked with?
Yeah, I've worked with machines like, well, not as accurate as that, but really very, very accurate.
3D printers that are, I don't remember exactly. I think he said 100 meters long.
Wow, yeah.
It's
I worked
incredible.
with a big machine that had 3/10,000ths of an inch tolerance, and the column that had the tools on it weighed 11,500 pounds.
What weighed that much?
The column of my machine tool, the CNC machine
Oh,
I used to
wow.
run.
Okay.
Yeah. So the flatness of that, like the levelness of those, where the machine sits, it has like a molecule of oil. This will be perfectly level, or or it'll cut parts off center.
I'm not exactly sure why this is coming to mind, but is there a difference in the level? Okay, I think I answered my own question talking about it. I was going to say, is there a difference in the level of a foundation that's flat and the actual level, if that makes any sense? I answered my own question.
Probably want to talk to one of the civil engineers. But if you're talking about level, sea level.
Right. If you were to put a level on a sound flat, even if it's really close foundation, but it's not level, then it would probably show that.
Yeah.
Good point. How do Globers explain that the level?
Well, yeah,
the air
like
bubble. It always goes to the same place.
exactly. And
How do
so
they? There's so many things. I don't get it.
here's how they get in the corner, because if you talk to them about plumb lines, there's no deviation in plumb lines. And building anything real. And drawing some squiggly lines on a piece of paper is not how anything done is done in the real world. Like, we don't build things with warped plumb lines. Plumb lines don't warp.
There had to be. You guys have been here for a while. There had to be some architects to come in here, right? And talk about plumb lines, level, all that kind of thing. Yeah.
I don't know. We might have
Not
had
really?
architects, but I don't remember
I
specifically.
mean, I'm sure between the group, there's probably enough architectural knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just wondering about
That's for sure.
architecture at Glober.
And building.
I got enough architecture in my mind just to cover that.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured as
construction
much.
Technology. Yeah.
I'm curious to what they're thinking on that.
I don't think they're really thinking about it, are they?
Like
They're going
what?
off into
What would
space.
I mean,
cause
it's
that?
not. Well, it's not like 90% of the people who are pushing this stuff really even know it's really lie or truth, do they?
No, exactly. Yeah, that's the bad part. That's the hard part, I should say.
I'm gonna have to fuck somebody up. Hold on.
It's really so bizarre. Did he say he's going to go F someone up? I didn't want to.
Maybe.
I'm trying to tone down my cursing.
Could have been a
unnecessary.
check. Let's go with check something out.
Check something out. Very well. We'll go with that. It's been a really fun day, actually, here on the Discord. And
Oh, I was here listening, or I was listening to Witsit talk about the quote. Oh, or not talking about. He was reading the quotes. That was great.
Yes, man. And I'm like hooked on that stuff
Killing
now.
it.
I think I'm going to start just researching that, reading the references, and using those only for my anti flat smash.
What do you
Use
say about
them.
that?
They're hostile
That's so good.
witnesses. Use them and do only that. Well, did you hear about how they'll get so? Oh, that'll trigger the hell out of them. Think about that.
It
I'll just
will.
go. And
It
what
will.
about
It's a
Hoyle
good
said
experiment.
this, that it's taboo to be the center of the universe, and that's why it's intolerable, and we call it the center,
Exactly.
the
There you
doom,
go.
the whatever.
I don't want to talk about the guy, but Chin, whatever it was,
Chinster.
he was saying he got really triggered immediately as soon as like there's the idea that we could be the center of everything.
Chinstrap?
Yeah, I know. I know. I didn't want to say chinstrap, even though I think I coined that.
I did the first time. I just thought it was funny. I'm sorry if it
That's
embarrassed you.
immediately what I thought, because we
But
had
I don't
someone
wanna
in
bring it
boot
up.
camp. I had someone in boot camp we called chinstrap. I forget.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Making fun of someone, but his name was Chinstrap. Maybe that was my personal pet name for him.
I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I was just saying I think it's funny that it looked like.
There's a 35-year-old in my boot camp division, and he was like the god. He was the god of the group.
What? You're in boot camp now?
Oh, that's funny. No, this is
I'm
years ago.
sorry.
Just had a memory. It was so funny. He knew how to sew. He knew how to do all this kind of extra stuff. None of these youngsters knew.
I know. Shoot.
What's wrong with sewing, man?
I already knew.
No, nothing. I'm saying it was great.
Nothing wrong with sewing, man.
We had a huge advantage.
I already knew how to take care of myself, and actually, I just got done sailing a few years before, 6,000 miles on a sailboat.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you talked about that before. I didn't know it was that far though.
Yeah,
that's cool.
It's interesting. Where'd you go? You said Mexico, right?
From Los Angeles, from Marina Del Rey to Martinique.
Oh shit, that's a long way.
Yeah, it's almost
quite a
just
ways.
America.
You've already done what I'm planning on doing. That's cool.
Yeah.
So when are we going to the South Pole? Just kidding.
I'm not going. I would like to stay in nice sunny places, and just do observations.
I
all
hear
day
that.
long. Wouldn't that be fun? Fish, eat.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, man. That sounds. I'd be happy with that. Like, come on, barefoot cruises. Come on, some of you rich flat earthers. I'm tired of this.
Yeah,
Come
let's
on,
see.
I want a sailboat put together. Let's do
Yeah,
this.
let's build a battleship. Fuck, we're gonna need one.
Whatever.
If you want to go down there, you're gonna need icebreakers. You're gonna need a
Well,
battleship to
saying-
fight
have a ship that
all
you
the
could make
crackheads,
sailboats on, and you could launch sailboats.
and you might even need some nets to catch those penguins.
Barefoot cruises. You just launch the
They
yacht
might
off of a
take you.
freaking large ship.
I've been thinking about that for years. Be the one to sail to the north or wherever, but ultimately, you know what's going to happen. I mean,
Even if you got there and got a picture, they'd stop you somewhere and take it from you.
Just trying to do island
Right.
hopping for 4 months and go back to whatever you were
So
doing
it's a
before.
fun dream.
And then go out and do it again for a few 4 months, 3-4 months. That would be so fun.
No doubt. No doubt. I can't wait.
I don't think I could personally handle longer than that at sea or on a boat. I'm just too old, but it'd be fun for 3 months. I could do it for 3 or 4 months, I bet.
Oh yeah. I mean, say you have a crew of 10 on I don't know, 50 footer of some kind, and you got a
dream
kitchen.
bigger.
and-
Let's dream bigger. Let's go 100. Let's go 110 feet.
Oh wow. Okay. Sure. Captain that beast. That'd be awesome.
Okay, have a crew of 10 and
Be great. You could do anything.
Could
Yeah.
Earth 24.
Where's Josh at? You still in here?
I mean, that's
Yeah, I'm still
some
here.
people's hobbies. That's easily doable.
I was just curious.
That'd be.
I didn't hear your voice.
Yeah, well, other people were talking.
So I noticed that
I'm
what's
not
his
feeling
name?
well right now.
Came back again. You know, I'm starting to think that these kids are the same kids. Because I was on the Ever After show the other day, afternoon, and there was a kid. I swear, it sounded just like that same kid that we were talking to last night. Sounded just like him. Only he was a little bit more nice than the other guy.
Which
but I
show?
swear it was the same voice. It was the Ever After show. Like, I think it's
Ever After.
Nathan Oakley's. Yeah. You know, like they have a show that goes on afterwards after the show's over. They have people go in there and talk. The debate channel, 24/7 debate, whatever. Anyway, it just sounds like they sound very, very similar. Almost like they're the same person, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Especially that Chinster guy, and there was another guy. I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday that I talked to. Well, he was really smart. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying he was really smart, but it sounds a lot like the same guy. Could be.
Yeah, well, there was that one Bob who got cognizant and immediately jumped on a new account.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that was earlier today, wasn't it? Or was it last
I
night?
didn't catch him on the new account.
Yeah, I had to go up there and ask him, hey, Bob, why did you get a new account? Why are you in here with this account?
Oopsie.
Oops.
He was the one who
Caught red-handed.
he was talking about himself. He said he had a bunch of different accounts, right?
Oh, wow.
Yep.
And that he also had, I think he was talking about proof of some kind, but obviously nothing was presented.
I know. I'm sick of that. They come in, they're like, "Oh, well, I'd come on the show and I'd show you all my evidence," but they're always mean to me. I'm like, "Well, then I'll go on there and I'll defend you." I said, "You'll get a fair shake." Nope, can't do that. Sorry.
Or they say they have proof and they just weasel around and don't answer any questions, never bring the proof forward, just continue changing the topic.
I should post some of the evidence that I've gotten in the last few days. Because one of them was a picture of that car they claim they put in space. It was a picture of that car in space looking down at the Earth, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? You're joking, right?" He goes, "No, this is evidence." I go, "Well, how do you figure that's evidence, bro?" And he's like, "Well, you can see it right there." I'm like, let's just look at one thing about that car. I said, "What would happen to a tire if it was in a vacuum?" I said, "I don't think it would still be aired up, do you?" "Oh, no, it wouldn't explode. It would only get up to 45 pounds or something like that." It was so funny, dude. I was like, you're joking me, right? I thought he was kidding. But he was like totally serious.
Oh, I hear you, man. I got people talking to me about planets all the time. I don't know how to even deal with it.
Dude, imagine thinking space exists.
Exactly.
Imagine.
Yeah, Drace was quizzing a Glober about a car in space and like how could it
Yeah, I
survive
think that was the
space?
tail end of the conversation I had.